your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Tuesday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And it is a Tuesday, so you know we will have some baseball talk for you as Eric Martin's third base coach for the A's will join us in about an hour, okay? So we're going to discuss what's going on with the A's, what's going on with Nick Kurtz, what's going on with Jacob Wilson, and the rest of the crew. But there's a lot going on in the baseball world. As yesterday, Bryce Harper, it was reported by Jeff Passan that Bryce Harper got into a spirited conversation with Rob Manfred when the term salary cap was inferred. I don't even think Rob Manfred got to bring it up, but it was going to be thrown around, and Bryce Harper said, you need to get the bleep out. And Rob Manfred, this is the part of the story that's not getting talked about enough. Rob Manfred said, I'm not getting the bleep out. And I don't know how big Rob Manfred, as far as stature goes, but Bryce is a big boy. So to go nose to nose with Bryce, Rob Manfred kind of standing on business. And I know Rob Manfred is not really seen as a one of the better commissioners out there. A lot of people have a lot to say about commissioner. Commissioner is just one of those jobs in general where everyone's going to be mad at you, but you get paid to have a pretty cool job, so you just get over it. But Rob Manfred, whether it's Rob Manfred, Adam Silver, all these guys, they all get booed everywhere they go, and nobody likes them, but they get paid a lot of money, and it seems like a pretty cool job.
You get paid so that they don't boo the owners.
Yes,
right?
Exactly. You're just a walking shield for the owners, and you get paid for it. So we're going to break all of that down, and whether or not I believe Major League Baseball, I don't want to say could survive a holdout, but when you look around at where baseball is as far as society is concerned, what a holdout would do to the sport. Would it help or hurt? So we'll discuss all of that. Andrew McCutchen simply won't stop playing baseball. This brother is 37 years old, okay? And he is doing things that, he's 38. He is 38 years old. Andrew McCutchen debuted in 2009. 2009. He's played 17 years. When he was with the Giants, what was that? 4 or 5 years ago. That was in 2018. Somehow his time with the Giants was 2018. That does not seem correct at all. I thought he was washed at that time. That was 7 years ago. Okay, so he was 31 at that time. He goes to New York. He plays in Philly for a couple years, goes to Milwaukee for a random season, and then comes home when he's 36, and everybody's thinking that it's just a feel-good story. And now he's on his third year with the Pirates, who stink, but Andrew McCutchen gets to play. I believe he was hitting 2 last night. He's still hitting top 4 in the lineup, and last night as he hits another homer, he is one of 11 players in Major League Baseball history to hit at least 10 home runs in their first 17 seasons. Hank Aaron, Eddie Murray, Carl Yastrzemski, Barry Bonds, Albert Pujols, Frank Robinson, Harold Baines, Mickey Mantle, Jeff Kent, Willie McCovey, and now Andrew McCutchen. Because I loved Andrew McCutchen growing up. I mean, he was my guy, okay? It was McCutchen. Then they had Harrison at second base. Even though I was a Giants fan and I wanted the Giants, what was that, in that wild card when they lost to the Giants, the Pirates, I was down with the Pirates. I said, if the Giants lose, at least it's to my guy, Andrew McCutchen. That was such a long time ago.
It was 12 years ago.
And he's still playing, and he's still the craziest part. I mean, let's think about it, right? You have guys, I'm looking around, and we'll see how everybody finishes up. Andrew McCutchen, Obviously, he won MVP. What was that? In 2013, okay? His stretch from 2011 all the way to 2015, he was all-star every single season, and he was fourth in Rookie of the Year voting when he came into the league in 2009. But that's kind of crazy. All of the bouncing around that he's done to hit at least 10 home runs and not be a power hitter. This is before launch angle. This is before all of that. Every single season is insane.
Like, he's not, I just pulled up his Baseball Reference. Like, he's not a bad hitter.
No, he's outstanding. But I'm talking about to continue doing this, and I'm sitting here joking, saying, go play catch with your kids. He's 38 years old, still hitting 10 home runs. And I'm trying to look, Kyle, where that would be for the Giants right now. How many guys on the Giants have 10 home runs?
Ooh, that is a great question. I also, McCutchen is still, this year he's a below average hitter, but he's been about average every year. The fact that an average hitter is the 2-hitter on the Pirates is kind of crazy.
It is
just
crazy.
How bad that.
And that will lead us into some of the conversations about salary cap and salary floor. I have it here, Kyle. Elliot Ramos has 14. Willie Adames has 15. Wilmer Flores has 12. Mike Yastrzemski Matt Chapman has 16.
That's it?
Four guys with more than 10 home runs. Jung-Hoo Lee has 6. Mike Yastrzemski has 8. And Casey Schmidt has 5.
Man.
Luis Matos has 5.
So
he'd be 5th on the Giants right now in home runs at 38 years old.
That's really depressing that the Pirates probably have as many hitters that have 10 or more home runs as the Giants. And if the two of us tried right now, could we name 5 Pittsburgh Pirates in the batting lineup? But they probably...
Only because I just watched Kiner Falefa.
Oh, he's there now?
Yes, Kiner Falefa.
Oh, that's fun.
O'Neal Cruz.
Okay, yeah.
Paul Skeens and Andrew McCutchen.
Yeah, well, Paul Skeens doesn't bat. Can you name batters?
Oh, Brian Hayes.
Yes,
there
Hayes.
We go.
Is Joey Bart still hanging around there?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm looking here for the A's.
Oh, I just looked up. Tommy Pham is there now.
Tommy Pham, yes, he's the leadoff hitter.
How about that?
He's a leadoff hitter. So,
what an amazing career he's had.
Yeah, the Giants, they lose to the Pirates. Carson Whisenhunt, his rookie, his debut. And he battled, man. He battled. He gave him 5 innings. It wasn't easy. He kind of settled in late. But, of course, once you start to get past 4 or 5 runs, that's where the Giants, they're not going to be able to help. We need you to keep it under 3. So, Giants, they get to 5 yesterday. The Pirates get to 6, and it's off of an Andrew McCutchen hanging slider. He takes it out the park. So even when the Giants get a decent outing, obviously Carson Whisenhunt didn't shut down the Pirates at all, but even a situation like that, unable to get the W, and the Giants have been struggling. I think they've lost, I think they're 2 in their last 12, something insane like that. It might be 2 in their last 13 now. As far as the A's are concerned, playing it, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like hitting at Sutter Health is the same as hitting at Oracle Park. I'm not going to do that. But Brent Rooker has 21. Lawrence Butler has 15. Tyler Soderstrom has 19. Jacob Wilson has 10. Shea Langoliers has 17. And Nick Kurtz has 23. So they got 6 guys with 10 or more dingers. But again, and you got Max Muncy with 9. JJ Bleday with 8, and he's been in Las Vegas majority of the time. Not the same, though, because there are 2 completely different parts.
Sorry, I just looked it up because you brought it up. Kurtz for the A's has, if you took just Nick Kurtz's stats in July, he would be 4th on the Giants in home runs.
And that's insane.
Just in 21 games, he has 11 home runs.
So that's what's going on. Like I said, we have a bunch to talk about as far as baseball is concerned, and we will also discuss whether or not Malik Monk regrets staying in Sacramento and the decision that he made. Christian Wilkins, that situation with the Raiders is, just to use a safe word here, interesting. Some of the reports that are coming out, whether you ask Grok on social media, on Twitter, or whether you see the reports from Adam Schefter, something weird going on. Something not, something that you would not expect to be happening. Remember the Titans. Remember that scene with Sunshine and Remember the Titans where he kisses Petey? That's kind of what seems to be going on in the locker room. And Christian Wilkins is available. Some Niners fans are thinking, is this a direction that the Niners should go in? If that's the business you want to get into, go ahead. Go. He's a heck of a player, but you have injuries. You have kissy or tickle. I don't know, but that is what's going on. We have that for you at the bottom of the hour, what's going on with Christian Wilkins. We also finally have a reported offer for Jonathan Kuminga from Mark Stein. We've been saying this whole time we don't know how much the Warriors have offered Kuminga. It depends on how you look at it. There are some Warriors fans doing, ever play that game Twister? They are doing Twister-like moves to convince themselves that this is a bad offer for Jonathan Kuminga and he should take the qualifying offer. I am not in that camp, and when I try to explain to you how they're getting there, I don't think you'll be in that camp as well. So we have finally a reported offer. We have possible deals as well as far as a sign and trade, and the newest and truest on Jonathan Kaminga. But right now, getting back to what happened yesterday, it kind of took the baseball world by storm. Philadelphia Phillies star Bryce Harper stood nose to nose with MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred during a meeting last week and told him to get the bleep out of our clubhouse if he wanted to talk about a salary cap. Sources told ESPN. Like I said, one of the main parts of this that is getting swept under the rug is that Rob Manfred responded to Bryce. He didn't just, everyone said, oh yeah, Bryce, get him. That's what it's all about. Go get him, Bryce. One of the parts of the article that nobody else is reading is Rob Manfred said, I'm not going to get the bleep out of here. He went on to say it was important to talk about the threats to MLB's business and ways to grow the game. Now, if you're wondering, Allen, why wouldn't the players want a salary cap? It's fairly simple. Let me talk you through it. That's less money, right? For them, these crazy deals and deferring money, and we're going to get paid $10,000, and then my grandkids, if I'm Shohei Ohtani, they're just going to get $100 million for the rest of their life. That type of stuff, you can't negotiate the same way when there's a salary cap. So a lot of the players are saying, well, we don't want a salary cap. Why? Because we like making a lot of money. And every time somebody signs a deal and we sit there and say, go play catch with your kids, man. This baseball money is not a game. Not a game at all. So if you implement a salary cap, some of these numbers would change. That's why Bryce is saying on his $300 million deal, whatever the heck he's making, and you got Juan Soto running around with $700 million, get the bleep out of here. We're trying to make as much money as possible. The other part of that, though, is when you look at a Pirates team and certain teams that are basically just trying to save money at all times and using the teams as a tax write-off.
Athletics.
And not attempting to actually put together a winner, can you implement a salary floor which says you have to spend a certain amount of money without implementing a salary cap, right? And most people feel as if you're probably going to need both. So I don't think Bryce would be against the idea of teams being competitive, but Bryce is on a team in the Philadelphia Phillies that they got to have a top 5 payroll in Major League Baseball. So Bryce is saying that's not my problem that teams don't want to spend. But from the fans' perspective, if you are a fan of the A's, if you are a fan of the Pirates, if you are a fan of some of these teams that just refuse to spend money and they might lose Paul Skeens if they don't want to pay him, that is why you would love to see a salary floor, even if you don't have a problem with the team spending a lot of money. The question now is, can there be a salary floor without a salary cap? And essentially the argument is that's probably not going to be the case. You're probably going to need to implement both. which is why certain players like Bryce Harper are saying, no, we deserve to get paid as much as we're getting paid. Well, you can take either side on it. Here's the thing about the salary floor conversation. You could say that Major League Baseball needs it, but at the same time, isn't it funny that the parity in baseball has always kind of trumped besides the NBA now, which the NBA has made certain changes, but it's funny that that Major League Baseball has had parity with no salary cap versus the NFL and the NBA, who do have a salary cap and luxury tax. And I don't know if it just speaks to the game of baseball versus football, which is supposed to be the ultimate team sport if you ask someone, and basketball, how they have things in place, but there's less parity than in Major League Baseball where they have nothing in place. So if I'm Bryce, that's my argument. Look, we're going to change the rules because 5 teams don't want to spend money. You should be able to implement some type of salary floor without implementing a salary cap, because majority of the teams, I don't know about majority, but I'd say about half the teams are trying to win, and there's half to maybe a little less than half that aren't trying as badly to win. So do we need to change everything just because the Pirates, whoever you want to throw in there, they don't want to spend money? I think people talk about the Reds the same way. Certain teams out there that just don't want to spend money. So that is why Bryce stood nose to nose with Rob Manfred yesterday, or over the weekend, and said, get out of here with the salary cap. By the way, I'm just trying to double check here. Kyle, you can help me. I'm trying to confirm how tall Rob Manfred is, because Bryce is a big boy. So he's standing on business. But this is more about, in my opinion, a salary floor than a salary cap. The argument coming from Rob Manfred and others is that we probably are going to need to implement both if we do one.
I think people are describing him as Ken Rosenthal height.
I saw that, and there's no way.
No,
there's no way.
Let's call him Allen Stiles height. Imagine you standing face to face with Bryce Harper.
Well, and humble brag and humble flex. I told you I played Bryce Harper back in the day in high school during a summer league game, and I think he was fully grown by that point, because I was a year or two older than him. But he's a big boy. He ain't 6'5", but he's a big boy.
Bryce Harper is 6'2".
Yeah, he's Bryce, man. So I want to look. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff Rob Manfred does, but he stood on business. And as long as they're talking about a salary floor, I understand where he's coming from. If you're on the Mets, if you're on the Phillies, if you're on some of these teams where clearly they don't care and they're going to spend as much money as possible, the Padres could be thrown in. Obviously, the Dodgers, I'm burying the lead there. That's all fine and good. Right? I really don't think the issue is spend as much money as you want. It's your money. You worked for it. But we do need to find a way to implement a salary floor, or these fans are just going to stop supporting altogether.
Well, and the other part of it is, like, baseball has found a lane where there are teams that are non-spenders, right? Remember earlier in the year we talked about the Brewers owner who was like, hey, is my job to put together a World Series team or to put together a product for people? Brewers have the best record in baseball. Like, for all the talk about that owner not wanting to spend money, that team has the best record in baseball. Cleveland is another one of those teams that routinely trades players before they reach big contracts, and Cleveland was in the ALCS last year.
I got the list here. These are your more frugal teams. This is total payroll, okay? Miami is in the dumpster. The Miami Marlins, they sit at 30th.
Yeah.
Somebody's Athletics is 29th. The White Sox, 28th. The Pirates, 27th. The Rays, 26th. And then besides that, it starts to get respectable, right? Because the Guardians are at 102 million. It's just the difference. It's those 4 teams. Miami's at 68 million. And that is Chandler Parsons money at this point. 77 million, that's the A's. The White Sox are at 78. The Pirates are at 88. The Rays are at 89. And then you jump up to 102 for the Guardians. So it's really, do you need a salary floor because 5 teams in your league are refusing to spend money?
I think it's a little more than that, right? Like the Rockies will spend money at times, but they're not going to spend money now. The Nationals have spent money in the past. They're not going to spend money until they sell the team. But the point is correct, is like there are teams that don't spend money and it's a strategy. Mm-hmm. The problem is, to your point, the 5 to 7 teams, which is not an insignificant number, but the 5 to 7 teams that are like, we are not going to spend money and we're not going to try and put together a competitive product. Like we're going to trot out Andrew McCutchen as our 2-hitter.
He went 10 home runs, 17 years straight.
Again, 38-year-old Andrew McCutchen, who you thought was washed 7 years ago.
I was wrong. Where's he hit on the Giants right now?
Oh, that's a great question. I guess I can pull up the Giants roster and just see where he ranks.
Right field over Mike Yastrzemski right now.
God, how many right fielders do you need, Allen? Jesus.
I'll throw him in right field right now over Yastrzemski.
All right, I'm going to pull up the Giants roster and sort by OPS because McCutchen is at 700. Let's see how many Giants are ahead of him right now. You've got Chapman, Ramos.
Just do outfielders.
Oh, just outfielders? Okay, Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee just barely. He's at 722. Devers is at 722, so just barely.
2.
Yeah, that's it.
2.
Yastrzemski is below him.
That's insane.
Fitzgerald is below him.
I've heard enough.
Yeah.
I've heard enough.
Luis Matos is below him.
I've heard enough. The Giants, by the way, 12th as far as total payroll. So the Giants, better than middle of the road. So that's a lot of that is from this year. Yeah. So now the Giants have bumped all the way up to top 12 in Major League Baseball, and they're still finding a way to trot out Mike Yastrzemski's skeleton. So there you have it. The last part of this, before we get into Malik Monk and whether or not he regrets staying in Sacramento, the last part of this, I'm thinking whether or not – so Cam Newton, he gets killed a lot, right? And he's dealing with the Jalen Hurts stuff right now. Everybody knows how I feel. I think if you're taking Jalen Hurts over Cam Newton and you're doing the Super Bowl thing, this is just the Brock Purdy conversation on steroids. Cam Newton, he's one of the best, probably the best college football player I've ever seen in my life. And there was a 3-year stretch where Cam Newton, you were worried about Cam Newton. There's nobody worried about Jalen Hurts, but that's a conversation for a different day. Cam Newton, I think towards the end of last year, or it might have been a year ago, where Cam Newton said the WNBA in 20 years is going to eclipse Major League Baseball, and he got destroyed. And I'm a baseball guy through and through. It's not that I agree with Cam, but I didn't think it was as ridiculous as how people were making it out. If Major League Baseball can't figure this out, and in 2027, they have a holdout, right? Meanwhile, you have Caitlin Clark and Juju Watkins by that time,
who are also about to go through a holdout.
Fair enough. And other Paige Beckers, players like that. I'm not saying that WNBA would catch Major League Baseball. What I'm saying is their star power might be greater than Major League Baseball. I don't know how it would affect Major League Baseball if they have to go through a holdout. I do not know. There's a part of me that thinks it might help. There's a part of me that thinks that distance makes the heart grow fonder. And maybe taking baseball away would give a new appreciation to some of these younger kids, the Generation Beta or whoever it is, Generation Zers, that just don't seem to care about baseball right now. There's another part of me that thinks that if you don't have baseball for a year or however long it lasts, you could get left in the dust. You could get left in the dust. So I am keeping a very, very close eye on how this whole thing is going to break down for Major League Baseball. But I do believe that Bryce has to be careful here, and I understand where he's coming from, and he's one of my favorite players. Okay, but he's got to be careful. You're dealing with life-changing money either way, and you out there saying you don't want a salary cap because it might be $250 million instead of $300 million. I'm not trying to get in anybody's pockets, but the tone deafness could speak volumes, and that could affect how they're viewed. When we return, how does Malik Monk view his current time in Sacramento? Let's talk pizza guy and whether he regrets staying in the city of trees. Allen Stiles, Tankathon Sports.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit KHTK.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. NZ23 select models only.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hop Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Xfinity TV is the best way to stream your favorite live sports, giving you an incredible viewing experience. From pregame to postgame, Xfinity gives you the best seat in the house with traditional TV, streaming stats and odds right from your TV.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SactownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
The curse of the pizza guy. That is what Nick on the text line is calling it. 916-339-1140. If you want to be a part of the conversation, Eric Martins joins us at 11 o'clock, top of the hour, talking some A's baseball and Nick Kurtz's crazy night a couple nights ago. But right now we're talking Malik Monk and whether or not he should regret his decision to stay in Sacramento. So the best way. Let's recap what happened with Malik Monk. And I looked it up, Kyle. I don't know if it's the exact date, but when I Googled Malik Monk resigns with the Kings, it said July 6th. Okay. That's just a random first article I saw. So,
that's the official date.
Yes.
It was like June something.
Right.
Unofficial.
So it's been about a year now. So let's recap everything that's happened within the year and a little bit more than a year. Okay. So he got flopped on by Luka and got screwed out of Sixth Man of the Year. After that, he may or may not have left money on the table to stay in Sacramento. Depends on who you talk to. Of course, there were reports there weren't as many teams looking to add Malik as we initially thought, but we know that there was at least one other team. So he may or may not have left money on the table to stay in Sacramento, okay? The season starts. The Kings are basically 500, fall a little under 500. Malik Monk becomes a starter. All right? He becomes a starter. Shortly after he becomes a starter, and that game where they lost to the Spurs when he became a starter couldn't happen.
You still don't understand how it happened.
Just could not happen. So many moments just would have changed everything last season, in my opinion. But I digress. Becomes a starter. They don't get much better. They go on that crazy losing streak. So the coach gets fired, which he may or may not have really minded that. That's a conversation for a different day. After the coach gets fired, his college buddy forces his way out. I have been at the forefront of this conversation. Most of it is just my opinion, but Malik and De'Aaron just not as close as advertised. They're not best friends. They're not. And you can tell, we follow all these people on social media, right? You could tell it was a little overblown, but at the very least, they were college buddies, and his college buddy forces his way out in De'Aaron Fox. So he forces his way out. Hey, Malik, now you're going to be point guard. He becomes point guard. He struggles. He gets injured. He mysteriously goes back to the bench after injury, does not re-enter the starting lineup. Then he gets injured again. And then the GM and front office that gave him that contract gets fired, and he immediately gets put on the trade block and is reportedly lacking value. That has been the last year for Malik Monk. And we know that the other team that was reportedly interested in Malik Monk was the Detroit Pistons. You can look at a couple different players from the Detroit Pistons, whether it's Malik Beasley, somebody like that, who they got a lot from that season. And now I don't believe that the Pistons essentially feel like they need to be in the Malik Monk business, right? I don't think.
They're now in the Duncan Robinson business.
They went with Duncan Robinson, who I think is more similar than you think to Malik Monk. He just can't jump out the gym like Malik Monk. So with all that being said, should Malik Monk regret his decision to stay in Sacramento? The only reason I'm going to say no is simply because I believe that Malik may have seen some of this coming. And I think he really does like being in Sacramento. I think that you're supposed to believe in yourself, right? And I believe that even though they weren't besties, I believe that Malik knew that De'Aaron Fox leaving was a possibility because of the connection to Mike Brown and the rumblings that we heard from the locker room about how De'Aaron felt about Mike Brown versus how others in that locker room felt about Mike Brown. So I believe Malik was privy to the domino effect that could ensue if they moved on from Mike Brown. And because of that, I believe that Malik is looking around thinking, hey, I think I might have an opportunity here to be point guard. He got into a situation where he was given point guard duties, and maybe he bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Maybe he did, along with the organization, with the idea of moving off of De'Aaron Fox, thinking that Malik Monk was going to be able to at least be a version of it, especially bringing in Zach LaVine. Between Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Malik Monk, we should have enough from the point guard position, and they didn't. So, might be a bit surprising, but I don't think Malik should regret staying in Sacramento because I think Malik, to a certain extent, saw some of this coming. He was just not able to play point guard at the same level or to the level that he wanted to and believed that he could have. Once that happened, that's where everything went squirrely. Once he sat up there during the exit interview and said, I'm more comfortable at the 2, not that we all watched. We know.
Oh, we saw.
Yeah, we know.
We had Zach LaVine running the 1 at some point.
But once he is essentially saying, he didn't go up there. Now, I don't know if this would have changed anything, but he didn't go up there and say, I'm going to, my summer, my off season is going to be spent at the point guard position, working on making reads and doing this and doing that. No, he said, I'm more comfortable at the 2. So once he said, I am taking myself out of the point guard conversation, that's where everything changed. And that's where his value changed as well. So I don't think Malik should regret staying in Sacramento. I just think once he earned an opportunity to see what he could do as the lead guard and it didn't work out, and he said, yeah, I'm better as the 2, that's where a lot of this started to go left. So regretting would be he didn't see any of this coming. He didn't know how this was going to go, and he got a bit blindsided. It is my belief that I don't think he got that blindsided. I think once he got into that situation and he did not perform the way we all hoped and expected him to perform, that's where Scott Perry says, you know how it is with these 2 guards. Right? A 2 guard that doesn't defend is that I'm paying $18 million a year to, which is going to go up to $20 million. Then there's a player option for $21 million. Now I have to look at you differently. I can pay a point guard $20 million a year. I don't know that I can pay a 2 guard coming off the bench, whether he starts or not, but specifically coming off the bench, lacking a bit of defense, 35% from 3. I can't pay that $20 million. So do I think that Malik should regret it? No, because I think Malik felt as if he not knew, but I don't think he was surprised by anything. He just wasn't able to perform at the point guard position as well as I believe he thought he could, and that we all thought we could, or that a lot of us thought we could. And that is where everything else went left. 916-339-1140. We will get to some of your calls, some of your texts on Malik Monk. Also in the Raiders world, Christian Wilkins did what? Allen Stiles, Tankathon Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Denzel Clark, out with that right adductor strain, is going to be out until late August. Manager Mark Kotze said Clark will probably require a couple weeks from the date of his placement on the IL. Brady Basso, out with that left shoulder strain, is scheduled to throw 20 pitches upcoming in batting practice. He had been pulled off of his rehab assignment in mid-June. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. It's Allen Stiles here. You injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country. You're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags. Period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Visit showallegiance.com, and from all of us, thank you for your support.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the best selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. All of them top quality, hand-selected by their general manager, Chuck Dean. You can see for yourself their huge selection at SacsSuperstore.com with the lowest prices and the best car buying experiences anywhere. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Epic on the chat says, I may be in the minority. However, I recall Malik, while coming off the bench, having instrumental defensive games while bringing offense. It seems people have a short memory with this. Yeah, and Kyle has kind of spoke to this as well. He's not a DeMar DeRozan level bad defender. He's just not viewed as a plus defender. He's average, right? He's probably closer to below average than to above average, but he is average.
Yeah, he's a little bit below average.
Yeah, he's not terrible. He's not a terrible defender.
If we're making, percentiles, he's probably like in the 40th percentile or something of defenders in the league. Like, there are worse. Many of them play for the Kings, but he's also not a positive defender.
Yeah, and 916 is bringing up, I don't think it can be said enough that the historically idiotic acquisition of DeMar DeRozan pretty much ruined Keegan and Malik Monk's offensive roles on this team. I talked to some people in Vegas, and there were conversations, and, it's been talked about before, just as far as the fit for DeMar DeRozan. Essentially, it comes down to the name, and it comes down to the fact that DeMar DeRozan is a Hall of Famer. But to the 916's point, it was fairly short-sighted. Right? All of it was short-sighted. How do you triple down on being short-sighted? Adding DeMar DeRozan was a bit short-sighted. Moving on from Mike Brown, I think, was a bit short-sighted, simply because they didn't even get 30 games. They technically fired Mike Brown at 31 games. But let's not forget that stretch of 7 games where guys were injured. So we didn't even see 30 games of this team, which then led to De'Aaron Fox wanting out. So it's just short-sighted move after short-sighted move after short-sighted move. And that's why there are certain fans out there upset about the Dennis Schroeder stuff. Even if I think it is a bit of a 1-year, 2-year plan, it comes off as short-sighted. Right? Russell Westbrook would also come off as short-sighted. Now, adding Jonathan Kuminga, that wouldn't come off as short-sighted. Unfortunately, if you have to lose somebody that Kings fans really do love, I don't think that person would be Devin Carter per se, but look, you're not trying to lose Keegan. Obviously, you're not trying to lose Keon, but I do think adding Jonathan Kuminga would not be short-sighted. But it's just short-sighted move after short-sighted move after short-sighted move. There was a trip that we took, one of our most recent, but it was a long time ago, family vacations, where we went to Disneyland. It was the whole family. I don't know. It was probably maybe 6 years ago, 7 years ago now. And for some odd reason, I'm in the back seat, but for some odd reason, I was in control of the directions, right? And I can't remember if we were using Waze or Google Maps, but they were trying to tell you to get off the freeway. Now, me trying to be the smartest person in the car, I say, I don't know why they have us getting off the freeway. It's just a straight shot, right? We might as well just stay. I don't know if it's tripping or, when you're in the grapevine, you're losing service. I don't know what's going on. Let's just stay straight. Well, they were trying to tell us that there was a bunch of construction, and we laugh about it now, but it probably cost us around 2 hours longer to get to LA because I didn't want to listen to it. I was being short-sighted. I didn't think, for some reason, I thought I was smarter than the GPS, but I said, let's just stay straight. Why is it having us get off just to get back on? That seems stupid. Cost us 2 hours in the car. Hey, great memories, but cost us 2 hours in the car. Being short-sighted. And that's what people are getting tired of with the Kings, being short-sighted. And again, it's being short-sighted and not having anything to show for it. You could be short-sighted, and if you're sitting in the 4, 5, 6 seed every season, okay. That's why we say, is there any way the Kings can get to the Eastern Conference? Because if they can get to the Eastern Conference, a lot of these moves would be fine. But in the Western Conference, it's really hard to be short-sighted. That's a problem. 916-339-1140. Let's go to Allen, wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Allen? What you got for us?
Hey, Allen, remember when you were talking about coming to the station and you saw Jason Ross leaving and you're like, hey, who's running this place?
Yes, exactly.
Well, guess who I ran into on the golf course when I was chasing down Doug Christie and Bobby Jackson? Mr. Jason Ross.
Wow.
Is playing golf.
Wow. Of course. Wow. Good for him. How'd you play yesterday?
No, I didn't play. I was, this was, you remember, I don't know if you were around then, but when the Kings were in their heyday around 99, 2001 or so, they were on the cover of Sports Illustrated. You remember that?
Yes.
And I happened to have an original copy of that. So I got Vlade to sign it, and Doug Christie was next on my list. So I chased him down on the 14th hole, and he was gracious enough to give me a signature on his arm.
There you go.
on the picture anyway. So anyway, enjoy the show as always. And real quick, on a scale of 1 to 10, what are the chances of us landing Kuminga?
Thanks for the call, Alan. Great stuff. Shout out Doug Christie. That's why people love Doug Christie. Scale of 1 to 10 landing Kuminga. It's funny because it feels like each day that passes, the number, I don't know if the number should go up or down. If 10 was the best odds and 1 the worst odds, I really don't want to cop out and say 5. But the reason I feel as if the closer we get, or each day that passes, it should go up, is because the Warriors aren't getting other offers. But the reason I feel like it could go down is because he might be more willing to either sign the qualifying offer or just take the offer that the Warriors have presented to him. But I'm going to say each day that passes, as much as Kaminga it really seems like he does not want to go back there, I'm going to say it might even get stronger. So I'll say 6. I'll say 6. Now, that's just my opinion because it seems like Kaminga really doesn't want to go back. But and again, we'll reveal what that amount of money is that he is saying is not enough. But if he takes that and I would call it a pretty movable contract. If he takes that, I think the reason it would go down in December is there might be more teams in the mix because it's a cleaner situation. But either way, I think 6 feels right. Each day that passes where we don't hear anything, because the Warriors are running out of time a little bit. I know they got all the leverage, but if this guy really doesn't want to be there, and they still have not signed Horford, they still have not signed DeAnthony Melton. So I'm going to say that it almost makes me feel as if each day that passes, it gets stronger. And I know there were reports that they want to get this thing resolved within the next couple of weeks on both sides. So that's what I would say. Kyle, let's get to this. I just think it's hilarious. Let's get to this Christian Wilkins situation with Adam Schefter, not why he was removed from the Raiders, but one of the reasons that came into play.
From speaking to people inside the locker room, I think what everybody's dancing around and tiptoeing around is the fact that when you speak to people there inside the locker room, they say that Christian playfully went to kiss a teammate on top of his head, and those same people said that player took offense to it. So that's what everybody's been dancing around and tap dancing around, an incident in the locker room where he allegedly playfully kissed a teammate on top of his head. That teammate felt offended by it. And that's what a lot of this talk and speculation that people have just been floating around out there is about.
So it just reminds me of Remember the Titans. That I just can't get that out of my head.
Sunshine.
And watching that from California, I just was like, Sunshine, what's going on here? But Christian Wilkins, we don't really know That's what Adam Schefter is reporting. Then Pro Football Talk, they came out and said, that's not what we are hearing. Somebody asked Grok on Twitter, and Grok says there are allegations of feet being tickled in the locker room and some type of inappropriate touching. And there are Niners fans out there saying, look, we do need somebody at that position. Do you give Christian Wilkins a chance? Would you want your team to sign Christian Wilkins? I think on top of the injury stuff as well, Kyle, I'm going to go Randy Jackson and say it's a no for me, dog.
Well, he also can't play.
No, he can't play.
That's
but
it.
Once he would be, it's basically a distressed asset. And when he is ready, hey, let's see what you can do.
I don't have anything like articulate to say on this story, so I guess we'll just go with jokes. Like, sure. I'm sure a lot of people are being quick to comment on this, and I just don't feel like I understand at all what's happening here. Is it that he can't play? Is it that he wouldn't get a surgery? Is it this? He's gonna the NFLPA is going to try and get his guaranteed money back, and I'm sure they're going to settle. I don't understand what's happening.
It's a mess. And you know what? I would say good for the Raiders simply because they find themselves in the most bizarre situations. And going back to Antonio Brown and the feet, let's just move. Let's just clear the deck. They're trying. They're trying
to fix problems that are all their fault.
They're trying. All right. That's all they can do. When we return, Eric Martins joins us, third base coach for the Athletics. But it is 30 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. So we have Eric Martins, and we also will reveal around 11:15. We will reveal what Mark Stein had to say about the reported offer to Jonathan Kuminga. So we got Eric Martins at 11. We got Mark Stein's report at 11:15. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing. Need a water heater or plumbing repair? Call Bell Brothers. Clogged drain? We'll clear it for $67. Plus a free camera inspection, a $250 value. We're fast, on time, and the price we quote is the price you pay. No surprises. Plus, we'll check your plumbing for free. Call Bell Brothers or book at thenosurpriseguys.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Plati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
KHD KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento, from the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
$11 o'clock on a Tuesday. You know what that means. We are joined by Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Coach, how you doing?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Good, good. Thank you for joining us as always. Well, there's nowhere else to start. And I was going to ask you, or I was going to frame it, have you ever seen anything like Nick Kurtz's crazy night this over the weekend or on Friday? But I know you haven't, because nothing like that has ever happened before in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even done it in a video game. So that's how impressive that was. You know, I've gone out and played all these baseball games on video games, and I'm trying to go 6 for 6 and hit 4 home runs, and I can't even do it on that. So I mean, honestly, that was one of the, not one of the best games I've ever been a part of, and just be happy enough to just shake his hand as he ran around the bases 4 times on homers.
Yeah, what's the obviously you're at third base, but what is the by the time the 4th one happens, right? I mean, what are you even he's running around third base? Is it just what am I watching here? What am I watching here? Is it just, man, just keep doing whatever you're doing?
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I mean, we got to give some credit to Carlos Cortez for getting that hit before, so he can get that 4th at bat. You know what I mean? Those 2 outs off a position player, which is not easy to do because everyone's trying to get out there and hit a homer off a position player. But he got that base hit, which was able to – I think everybody in the building wanted Cortez to get a hit. So that was probably the most pressure-filled at bat of the night for our team. But, I mean, it was impressive. I mean, after the 2nd one and the 3rd one, Mauricio Dubon and I are looking at each other going, I don't know. The umpire's looking at me, and we're just like looking at each other in disbelief and just looking in the dugout. I mean, it's one of those things where it's just like, wow. I mean, you can never dream of a day that way, and for it to actually happen, I mean, it was very impressive.
Talking to Coach Eric Martin's third base coach for the Athletics. Well, in addition to Nick Kurtz and everything that he did on that night, the A's just sweep the Astros in Houston for the first time in history. What went right? Were the vibes just in a great spot after what Nick did? What led to the A's being able to do that for the first time ever?
Yeah, I mean, not taking away anything that we did. You know, that is not the Astros team that we'll be seeing later on in the season. So we still had to go out there and do what we needed to do, though. I mean, you're not just going to roll out there and just because they don't have Pena, they don't have Jordan, they don't have these guys, that you're just going to go out there and just win ball games. We had to go out there. We had to execute our at-bats. We had to play good defense. We had to pitch, and we did all those things in a 4-game series, which is hard to do anyway, no matter who you're playing, of sweeping a team for 4 games, you know. But I think it was just a good feeling for our guys to get on the winning side and end that road trip 5-5 right after the break and come home and have some good baseball ahead of us. So it was fun to go out there and win those games. And, you know, Nick Kurtz highlighted it, but, you know, the team effort of sweeping the Astros for 4 games, you know, came a little bit behind what Kurtz did.
Talking to Coach Eric Martin's third base coach for the Athletics. Coach, the trade deadline is on Thursday. We talked a little bit about it last week, but how do you think this is going to go? Not even necessarily from the moves point of view, but we've heard so many stories in all sports where, oh yeah, I was taking a nap and I woke up and I was traded. Or, oh yeah, you know, they spoke to me beforehand and I kind of knew that I was on the block. How do the A's typically handle these situations? Does it vary based on the player? Is there a conversation, hey, just so you know, this is what's going on? Or could somebody be, you know, at a restaurant and find out, oh, okay, I'm headed to New York or whatever the case is?
I think all of the above. You know, all of the above happens. I've been in situations where we kind of knew something was going to happen within a couple days. Our organization was looking to move a certain player, so we knew something was going to happen with them. There's been where it just happened mid-game. There's been some that happened day of. So it's just crazy. You know, you never know what's going to happen. Teams are going to be aggressive, especially teams that need something, and maybe their plan A fell apart and they knew we had something and we're willing to make a move. So it's a last-minute move. So, yeah, there's all kinds of things that can happen. You know what I mean? It's just one of those times where it's you never know, and you're kind of sitting back wondering if you're going to be traded. You know, there's some guys on our team that should know that they're not going to get traded.
Yeah.
But then again, you never know what's going to happen. You know, so it's one of those things. I know we're building a good core, and we want to try to keep the core as close as possible. And we have some pieces that might be, you know, enticing to other teams, which would be good. But I think we're at a point now where we can hold our cards tight and be like, look, this is what we want, and if we don't get it, we're not trading.
Talking to Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Coach, you lose last night to the Seattle Mariners. There were conversations about the third baseman for the Mariners, Ben Williamson, kind of being a guy who changed the game for them on that side. When you look at the Mariners, do they seem to be a team that you knew was going to put it together at some point? And I know we've kind of had discussions about they have these stretches, then they'll cool off towards the end. But is this something that you along with the rest of the AL West kind of said, all right, they're probably going to put it together at some point here?
Well, one thing that they do really, really well is pitch. Mm-hmm. And they have really good starting pitching. You know, they got one of the best closers in the league. So it's just about patching together that offense for them. You know, you got a dynamic player in Julio Rodriguez. Them getting Naylor was, I think, a huge move for them to get a player with some impact. You know, Cal Raleig's Babe, you know, has got 40 homers. And so they have pieces to be really, really good. And I think them making a move to get Naylor was a step in the right direction from there. Always a good team. They always have pitching. Their starting pitcher is one of the starting pitching is probably the best in baseball as far as a depth-wise in the rotation. So as long as they can get some offense and get contributions from other players, you know, Rosarena's got pedigree from playing, you know, World Series and playoff baseball. So it's just a matter of them putting it together. So, yeah, I mean, it's a scary team because when they do put it together and they pitch well, you know, they score 3-4 runs, it's almost game over. So.
And to that point with the Mariners, we all know about the Rangers, we all know about the Astros, but you look at the Mariners and what the A's are doing with their core. Obviously, you got to get the pitching situated. Then you have the Angels, who have kind of surprised some people with some of their young prospects coming up and playing well. Where do you think the AL West is going to be in a couple years? I mean, it could be a situation where the A's are finding their way, but unfortunately, other teams are finding their way too. And next thing you know, you got a really, really competitive division there.
Yeah, it goes back 2 years back when the whole division was competitive. You know, it's one of those things. Houston's going to do what they do. Texas has got, you know, it's a matter of who they can keep and, you know, and how long they can perform at the peak performance that they can, because they signed some guys with some long-term deals over there. The Angels are young, you know, that Wash, and, you know, he's not there now, but what he's getting those guys to play and how to play the game has been pretty good. And then us, of course, you know, we're on the come, we're on the rise, we're a dangerous team. We're already being talked about because of what we do offensively. If we can get some other pieces and tighten up our rotation and bullpen, we're going to be a team nobody wants to play. You know, we have an opportunity right now to be spoilers for the Mariners like we did with Houston and continue to do that. But, you know, the division is going to be really good here. Mariners are always going to pitch. They have prospects for days, is what they can do offensively. I know they got Cole Young, their young stud, up right now. So they got some players there that are going to be part of that future to come, and they got some prospects coming. You know, Houston's always going to rebuild, and Houston always has prospects too, and they draft well. So it's just one of those things where it's like, hey, we got to continue our process because we have goals too, and not worry about what other teams are doing.
Talking to Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Coach, Jacob Wilson, that ridiculous start to the season and more than just a start to the season, leading him to be starting shortstop in the All-Star game. Injuries kind of been lingering. He's missed the last 3 games. How do you keep his kind of spirits up and just say, hey, we know what you're able to do. You've had a little bit of bad injury luck here, but just stick to the process and you'll be okay.
Yeah, it's baseball. You know, I say after the 3rd game of the season, no one's playing the season 100%. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Everybody's got some nicks and some dings and some bruises and some scrapes and some soreness. It's just what you can play through, you know, and I think him getting hit where he got hit and not being very physical yet, you know, it got him in a pretty good spot where it's just going to linger around for a while, and it's basically pain tolerance for him. You know, so I think giving him a few days like this has been good. Hopefully he's just taking a step in the right direction, or giving him a few more days off to kind of right the ship and give him a little bit of a blow too. You know, the guy's grinded all year. He played through the All-Star game, only got a couple days off. And so I think this time right now is crucial for him to be able just to get healthy, get a little rest, and then finish the season strong.
Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Good luck against those Mariners and the big dumper, whoever they're putting out there today. Good luck against them, and you can get that W out there in West Sacramento. We will talk to you again next week. Thank you as always.
I appreciate it. Good luck. Good talking to you.
That was Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics, and he always has a lot of good information and a lot of good updates. That is pretty much exactly my thought process with Jacob Wilson. This thing is a long road, man. And to see the ebbs and flows of the season and to see what his teammate is now doing with Nick Kurtz, I think eventually it's going to help them and help the situation as they try to turn the page over probably next season and go out there and get some pitching and move in the right direction. But, man, it's kind of rough sledding.
I think we did the diplomatic way of talking about Jacob Wilson, but we're dancing around the real issue here is that,
what is that, Kyle?
When Jacob Wilson appeared on this fine program on July 11th, he was hitting 336 at that point. Starter in the All-Star game as a rookie, all that stuff. And since talking to you, Alan, he's batting 105 right now. So, yes, Eric Martins laid out it's a pain tolerance thing with his hand and everything else, but we're not talking about the fact that this show may have cursed Jacob Wilson, potentially.
We're not doing that.
I mean, 105 batting average, a 312 OPS in 9 games since he came on this fine program. I'm just saying, I think we're the problem here.
We might need to have him back on to uncurse him.
We're gonna have to perform an exorcism.
Yeah.
Or what was it? A seance? What is the thing that they do where like you
maybe both?
Yeah, I've heard. What was the thing Kyrie did where he saged the building?
Yes,
whatever they call that.
The Celtics building.
Yeah.
Well, and also, what is it? Freaky Friday 2 is coming out with the same crew, but it's freakier than the first one, and 3 people are. I think it's more than just 2 people switching.
Do they have children now?
They have children now. So in the first Freaky Friday, obviously Jamie Lee Curtis and Lindsay Lohan, they switch. And then you got to go back to you got to do whatever you need to do to get switched back. So now Jacob Wilson has to come back on the show to get uncursed.
We have to uncurse him now.
So we'll work on that.
We're gonna. What would we do? Are we gonna sage it? Are we gonna do a seance? Well, what are we gonna do to fix?
We will say to him, so we are uncursing you.
Yeah,
I would just say
we have to do something, right? Because let's just lay it out in layman's terms, right? Everything that's gone wrong with the A's this year is our fault, right? So we have to do our part to try and reverse this because we are the problem and we are the reason why Jacob Wilson is having such a terrible time right now. And I feel bad.
We love you, Jacob. Come back on the show and we will fix it. All right. As promised, as we are approaching 11:15, we will reveal right now what exactly reportedly the Warriors offered Jonathan Kaminga. Okay, so according to Mark Stein, the Warriors, here it is. Word is that the Warriors' best offers to Jonathan Kaminga have topped out in the 2-year, $40 million range, Stein wrote. Kaminga's camp has continued to seek out sign and trade opportunities, with Sacramento and Phoenix still regarded as the most determined suitors. But Golden State is said to want a first-round pick in any sign and trade deal. The Suns do not have an available first-round pick to offer.
What a crazy sentence.
So going back to AC's question, Alan, how much of it is basically between the Kings and the Warriors?
Well, our friend Brett Siegel adds another option in there, which we'll talk about later.
Yes, we'll talk about it.
But I did love that in Brett's story, he was basically like, so the Warriors want a player without a long-term contract and a first-round pick, both of which the Suns do not have.
Right.
Just straight up don't have a young player on a short-term contract or a first-round pick.
Well, it depends. And here's the thing. They probably wouldn't do Ryan Dunn because
the point is they couldn't even do it if they wanted to, right? Because you have to match salaries.
Sure.
So they would have to include either Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal, both of which have 3 years left on their deal. So literally, the Warriors would have to take one of those players, even if the Suns wanted to do that to get Jonathan Kuminga. It's so funny how the Suns are just a complete mess.
So at 2 years, $40 million, there are kind of Warriors talking heads saying, if that's all, I think, first of all, let me say, I think that's pretty much what I assumed it would be. I think a lot of us, I think even just yesterday we said, I don't know if it's 15. It's probably right there at 18, 20. And they're saying, look, man, it's 2 years. You can get the rest when you get the rest. There are Warrior fans out there and Warriors media saying that this is a reason. This is the craziest game of Twister I've ever seen, right? The Stretch Armstrong, the read from Fantastic Four in order to pull this statement off is kind of incredible. What I was reading yesterday is they said this might be a reason, or it was, if I'm Kaminga, I definitely just take the qualifying offer because you're only missing out on about $10 million. I had to reread that to make sure I read that correctly because I'm not the best at math, but I was very confused as to what they were saying. And I reread it. And again, they basically are saying, well, the qualifying offer is $7 million. Okay. The Warriors are offering 2 years, $40 million. So in 1 year, he's basically already making $10 million and missing out on $10 million because obviously he's going to get his $20 million or more next season. So in conclusion, Jonathan Kuminga should just take the qualifying offer because he's only missing out on $10 million.
Even though $10 million is actually $12 million, which is actually
$40 million.
Yes.
Because it's guaranteed money.
Yeah, the $40 million would be guaranteed on a 2-year deal.
It's one of the wilder things I've ever read. And going back to the Dennis Schroeders of the world, the Nerlens Noels of the world, I understand if you think you're worth more, but how in the world are you going to say no to $40 million and take the qualifying offer when you clearly don't have a bunch of teams banging down the door for you?
I guess the logic is you do have teams that want him at that price. They just don't have cap space right now. And in theory, next summer they would have cap space and would maybe be interested. But at the same time, Brooklyn had cap space and they said no thank you.
So now it goes back to how badly do the Kings, and that's a great point, Kyle, how badly do the Kings want Jonathan Kuminga? If basically Jonathan, if he turns it down, right, if he turns down $40 million for 2 years, he could be an idiot. We've seen it before, but his agent could be telling him, we know that there are people that are telling us that if they could pay you more right now, they would, right? Do I think it's smart to turn down 2 years, $40 million just to get an AAV of $25 million possibly next season? Because I still don't think he's getting $30 million because I don't think he's going to play enough to get the $30 million.
No.
So especially when you're only worth $7 million. So if you're the Sacramento, now to be fair, let's say he's not a bull jiving, right? Let's say the agent is for real, right? And he knows, look, there are 4 teams right now that if Jonathan Kuminga hits the open market, Sacramento Kings, you will not get Jonathan Kuminga unless, and that cap space wouldn't even, I don't think the Kings would even have that cap space. There are 4 teams right now we know will start Jonathan Kuminga at $100 million, at $25 a year for the next 4 years. I know that for a fact right now. I got at least 4 teams. So now if you're the Kings, You can believe him or not. You don't have to. But this goes back to the conversation that we were having yesterday. How badly do you want him? You could get him. Now, you might still need to pay him the $25 million, but he's yours, right? And all it would cost is, that's the short contract, that's the Keon Ellis, and a protected first, right? And now he's yours. I'm not saying the Kings would have to do that, but if we watch Jonathan Kuminga say no to the 2 years, $40 million, he could be an idiot, right? Or making an idiotic decision, I could say, but he would be making an idiotic decision because they believe that somebody's going to pay him that money, whether he plays or not next season, whether he's an impact player, because whoever is interested, they're not interested based on what he's done on the Warriors or what he's about to do on the Warriors, because they know that there's weird stuff going on with the Warriors. And I believe with the qualifying offer, he can say no, right? He has a no trade clause, but he could also accept it if it was a team that he believes would give him that money.
Yes, no trade clause is essentially you can waive it if
he doesn't like it. If the Warriors are just, we can get a really good deal. I don't know what this team is going to pay Jonathan Kaminga. You can say, well, then no.
Right. If the deadline comes, not to get too far down the road, but essentially if he takes the qualifying offer and the trade deadline comes and the Warriors have a deal with someone, that team that's trying to trade for him is going to go to his agent and say, hey, here's the contract we want to offer you. Mm-hmm. You got to sign it before we execute this trade.
And if they don't do that and the Warriors say, hey, we can trade you for whoever we want, to the Kings, for example, and the Kings haven't done that, Jonathan Kuminga can say no.
Yeah, the qualifying offer is the well, it's one piece of leverage, although it would be, again, him.
It's a bet.
Yeah, him turning down tens of millions of guaranteed dollars.
No, just 10, according to Warriors fans. Technically, he's only turning down $10 million. Kyle, when I read that, I almost malfunctioned.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, wait a second, carry the 4.
Yeah, this guy's making the argument. 7.9 is really 10, right? I'm just like, no.
So you're only missing out on $10 million. No, it's $40 million guaranteed.
Yeah, but they're making the argument, if he takes the qualifying offer, he's only losing $10 million. No, he's losing $13 million.
No, he's losing 40. He's losing what? $33 million.
Yes, $33 million that he may or may not get on another contract next year.
He's not losing it. He is turning down $33 million.
He's losing at least something.
Yes, we don't know if he would actually lose it. We wouldn't know that until next season.
Yeah, I mean, if he's so and again, I don't know what his representation is telling him. I hope that they are giving him all the accurate information. But if he's turning down at tens of millions of dollars, he's got to have a pretty good idea that money is going to be coming.
You know how much can change? I'm not even talking injury. You know how much can change in 1 year?
Remember when Dennis Schroeder turned down $80 million that one time?
There could be 2 of those teams, because we would assume those teams aren't very good. What if they hit the lottery and they get the good boozer and Adabansa, whose head literally touched the ceiling a couple days ago at a gym?
I think you just combined his name. Adabansa is not.
Dabansa. AJ Dabansa. What if they get him in the good boozer and they say, we don't want to pay you anymore?
Isn't that the Cooper Flag conundrum with the Dallas Mavericks? Is all of a sudden like, hey, PJ Washington, remember when we traded for you and you were like the 3rd best player on a team that went to the finals? Well, now we got Cooper Flag and no Luka Doncic, so thank you.
And that's with them already having him on the roster, not going out and seeking to add somebody. So if I'm Jonathan Kaminga, I know Warrior fans want to convince you you're only missing out on $10 million. Brother, don't listen. Don't just take the $40 million.
I would love to know what his camp thinks he's going to be able to get at this point, and B, what is Sacramento offering? Right? What's on the table? If they're trying to push for this Sacramento thing and are meeting with Scott Perry and BJ Armstrong and Doug Christie last week, like what is on the table that is so
It's got to be the
alluring?
2.5. It's got to be the 2.5. It's got to be 25 a year.
It's not losing $10 million, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's not. It's not 2 million or whatever Warriors fans are trying to convince him that he's only turning down 10 million. What type of crazy math is that? What type of Bay Area math is that? That is ridiculous. On the other side, Brett Siegel proposes the most likely trade scenarios for the Kings to land Jonathan Kaminga and other teams to land Jonathan Kaminga. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, by his standards, Lawrence Butler isn't having the kind of season he expected, but still, Lawrence is just 25, and he's only played the equivalent of 2.5 seasons in the minor leagues. And now he's on a pace to become the first athletic since Coco Chris back in 2013 to go 20-20, 20 homers and 20 stolen bases. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Mocash, Vincent Mason, and Avery-Anna. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hop Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Sorry, I just had to let the beat rock for a little bit. Allen Stiles taking you up to 2 p.m.
Allen Stiles.
I knew you were going to do that.
I let it slide.
No, you didn't.
I let it slide when it's the start of the show because, it says your name in it, but no. I get it. But anytime after that, we gotta train you.
Kyle wearing his Feel the Roar play-in shirt.
Because you asked for it.
I saw someone wearing it at a River Kitties game, and it just, you know what? This is what it's all about. Ownership, same ownership. In the ballpark wearing Feel the Roar. That's what it's all about. As long as you end the season with an XXL shirt, that's a success.
Well, here's the thing. You get to start the season with it because opening night you get one.
Yeah.
You get it at the end of the season.
Right.
Maybe there's one or two in between, like a national TV game, you might get one.
And there's a whole movement about just wear the shirts. Just wear the shirts.
You know who's the best at that? Oklahoma City.
They wear the shirts.
Oklahoma City, they all wear the shirts.
Just wear the shirts. And I get it. You're all fitted up. Yo, man, I'm with my girl, or I'm trying to find a girl, or you are a girl, and hey, I'm looking good. I don't want to put on this big shirt.
Okay, let me ask you this. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being Oklahoma City, where they crush it, and 1 being Chase Center in San Francisco, where nobody wears the shirts. Just
right.
Nobody ever wears the shirts.
And if they wear the shirts, they still have their stupid button down underneath it, and they look ridiculous.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how good would you say Kings fans are right now about wearing the shirts?
They're pretty good. I'd say they're about a 7.5.
Okay. So
from what I've seen.
About a C, where we're
C plus.
That's 75 is no C plus.
They're about 7.8.
Okay, there we go. 7. So
just wear the shirts, man.
We're passing right now, but we can certainly do better about wearing the shirts.
Just wear the shirts. Now maybe you'll wear the shirts if the Kings are able to land Jonathan Kaminga. Senor Segue strikes again.
That was bad.
This is from Brett Siegel, who proposes the most likely trade scenario for the Kings to land Jonathan Kaminga. Here it is. Sacramento Kings received Jonathan Kaminga on a 4-year, $112 million contract with about $25 million a year, year 1 base compensation. The Golden State Warriors receive Devin Carter, Haywood Highsmith, a 2027 first-round pick, top 8 protected from the Kings. The Miami Heat receive Malik Monk and KJ Martin. The Utah Jazz receive Terry Rozier's expiring contract, a 2029 first-round pick swap from Miami, a 2027 second-round pick from Charlotte via Miami. So they get
I think that's from Sac. I think he messed that up.
Okay, from Sac. To have any chance of, then he writes, to have any chance of landing Kuminga now that they are hard capped at the first apron, the Kings will need to move off either Monk or DeMar DeRozan. Sacramento is about $7 million from the first apron right now, with 15 players under contract. And their previous offer of Saric and Carter would only be $10.5 million in outgoing salary. Still, the big question is whether this is enough for the Warriors to accept the deal with the Kings. Carter isn't viewed as a first-round value right now, given his injury concerns. And while Haywood Highsmith is a decent player that Golden State has expressed interest in previously, their return is still much lower than what was expected. The other part of this is I always get, just in general, not with what Brett is saying, just in general, when I see 4 teams cooked up, and not like the trade, the Kevin Durant 10-team trade where they were just little things, not like that, but with a situation like this with legit big hitters. And even, yes, Kevin Durant was a big hitter, but all the other little nuanced moves of it outside of Kevin Durant and obviously what the Rockets got, that was a very weird specific situation. I just don't know how often 4-team trades like this actually happen.
Well, let's make it easy, right? Let's start with 2 and then figure out how we got there, right?
Okay, fair enough.
So essentially the Kings are adding Jonathan Kuminga, and they would be sending out Malik Monk, Devin Carter, 2027 first-round pick, top 8 protected, and a second-round pick. right?
Yeah, and real quick, I feel like we're burying the lead here because of the moves that the Kings have made, which is so funny because they dumped Jonas Valanciunas' contract, but they're still stuck in this situation in part because of the money that they gave to Dennis Schroeder. They can't do, Brett is telling you right here, they cannot do, we keep on talking about, just take the deal and leave, just take the deal and leave. Malik Monk or DeMar DeRozan has to go somewhere.
Yeah.
They have to go somewhere. You can't just, the Warriors could say, okay, we'll do that deal. They still have to find a way to get Malik Monk or DeMar DeRozan out the paint, which is essentially kind of what Matt George was saying. Matt George said Devin Carter or Malik Monk. That's two things for two. That's the Westbrook thing. This is what I'm talking about. There's a lot of moving parts here, man.
Yeah, I mean, the Kings would be trading essentially a rotation player, a first-round draft pick last year, a future first-round draft pick, and a second-rounder. So if we just start with that, then the Warriors have to call Miami and say, hey, do you want Malik Monk? Let's just say Miami says yes. Right? Because Miami might say no. But in this scenario, he's saying Miami says, yes, we will take Malik Monk. What do we have to give up? They say, we'll get rid of Terry Rozier. Okay, well, the Warriors say, okay, we got to find someone else to take Terry Rozier now. So they go to Utah, and Utah says, fine, we'll take Terry Rozier's terrible contract if you give
allegations.
Yeah, that too. If you give us a first-round pick. And the Heat say, no, but we'll do a pick swap. And that all of that has to happen.
Right. And this is the most, according to Brett, the most likely.
Which is, honestly, I thought was going to be more complicated. I don't think Miami would do a pick swap to dump that Terry Rozier contract. But I guess Miami might be betting on in 3 years, they'll still be better than the Jazz. Right. Which... Hey, good luck, Pat Riley, and general manager who I can't name, which, by the way, how weird is that? They've had the same general manager for 20 years, and no one knows who it is.
It's the best job in the NBA.
Is being the Heat general manager. He's won 3 championships, and just no one knows his name.
Silent manager.
Yeah, that guy. But anyways, I think while the Heat aspect of it is a little convoluted, I do think Brett made it about as simple as you can while acknowledging you have to move either Malik Monk or DeMar DeRozan because Miami just has so many expiring contracts and wants to compete right now. Maybe Miami is the team that makes the most sense.
Yeah, and obviously they added Norman Powell, but there's no denying that Malik Monk is better than Terry Rozier. So you'd be adding him. Are they interested in the 3 years of Malik Monk? Maybe they feel as if, hey, guys like Malik Monk, and I keep saying it, that's going to turn into Malik might be on 3 different teams in 3 different years because everybody's cool paying him $20 million for 1 year. Everybody is cool with that. So he's just going to keep bouncing around. I hope he doesn't because people don't like that. Players don't like that. But that just seems where this could be going.
I guess if Miami turns this Terry Rozier situation into Malik Monk and KJ Martin,
that's pretty good.
Pretty good, but they'd have to give up a pick swap to make it happen, which...
It's not a pick. It's a pick swap.
Again, I think Brett makes it as layman's terms simple as you can to kind of explain it. And, KJ Martin, whatever, is a nice piece. But that would leave Miami with Tyler Hero, Malik Monk, Norman Powell, Bam Adebayo, Khalil Ware. I'm forgetting someone. But it's a fine team.
But back to the Kings part of it. So essentially, you would be giving up a top 8 protected first round pick, Malik Monk, Devin Carter, and a second round pick for Jonathan Kuminga. How does that make you feel? Versus, and that's the part of it. That's why Keon Ellis. Now it seems absurd because to do business with the Warriors, because you can't give up Keon Ellis a first round pick and Malik Monk. Maybe you would give up Keon Ellis a first round pick and DeMar DeRozan, but you can't give up Keon Ellis, Malik Monk, and a first round pick. You cannot do that.
Well, unless that first round pick has heavier protections, right? Because
I still don't think you can do it. I still don't think you can do it.
You would say giving up essentially 2 rotation players for 1 rotation player in Kuminga?
Yeah, I without the kind of confusing addition of having to move on from Malik Monk or DeMar DeRozan, if I'm the Kings and I like Jonathan Kaminga that much, I wouldn't let Keon Ellis stop it. But now you're to the point, unless Malik's contract is really viewed that poorly, which I don't think it is, it's just hard for me to say you lost Keon. It just can't be Keon. It can't. Not to lose Monk and a first rounder.
It can't be Keon and Monk.
It cannot be Keon and Monk. It might be Keon and DeMar DeRozan and a heavily protected first. Because, yes, I think both things. I think if it's Keon, that first-round pick is even more protected, okay? And it would have to be DeMar DeRozan in order to make that money work. I can't give up Malik Monk and Keon. I cannot do. Not for Jonathan Kuminga. Can't do it. Can't do it. Won't do it. On the other side, more from Brett Siegel. And we run the daily Tankathon. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Save $12,000 off MSRP every new 2025 Silverado 1500 5.3 liter at Maida's Elk Grove Chevy after all rebates. And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. Plus $12,000 off new Silverado exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidasChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Excludes work truck. Must trade in 2011 Chevy car or truck. Not available with special financing, leasing, some other offers.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Great conditions, a fun layout, and unbeatable value. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines are Sacramento's #1 rated golf destination. With 27 holes, a spacious practice facility, and professional instruction, there's always a way to improve your game. Planning a tournament or corporate event, they offer customizable packages and award-winning catering to make your event effortless. Timber Creek is easy to find in Roseville, but hard to forget. Book your round today at timbercreekgc.com or call 916-774-3851.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. It is time, Kyle. I don't want to forget it. Okay? So we're going to do it right now. Oh, I thought that was a drop. I thought the beat was about to drop again, and then it didn't.
So are you ready?
I'm ready.
You ready to run it?
Mm-hmm. Why do I get nervous? Kyle?
Uh-oh.
Kyle? You ready?
I'm ready. I like the look on your face.
With the first pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Sacramento Kings select A.J. DeBanza or Darren Peterson or the Good Boozer.
Yes. Congratulations, Alan. We have
We're rolling now.
Finally secured the number 1 pick. Just to update people, we now have 1 first, 1 second, 1 third, 1 fourth, and 5 ninths.
5 ninths?
We've done 5 ninths.
Wow.
Look at us. The Sacramento Kings.
Wow. It's time. It's time.
Every day based on this result changes your thought process about what next season is going to be.
All you got to do is finish 11th or 12th.
In the West.
In the West. That's all you have to do.
I mean, if you finish lower, your odds only go up.
Yeah. Just do what you need to do. Or go to the second round of the playoffs. Those are the 2 options for you, Sacramento Kings. That's it. That's it.
There's no in between. You're either going to the second round of the playoffs or finishing 12th so we can get the number 1 pick once out of every 10 tries.
Is that also, and I get it, obviously you're trying to get more than just one player, but is that also, are you looking at, if you were a GM, would you be looking at 2026? Because I've said before how I think this could go. The Kings either exceed expectations or they don't, and they're looking at a top 5 pick in a very, very, very strong draft, right? Just don't mess around and do the play-in thing. Even if they do the play-in thing, they'll still have a chance. It just wouldn't be as good of a chance. But I think that they either exceed expectations or this thing just gets blown up. That's just my opinion. By the trade deadline, maybe Sabonis is still on the team, but you move on from DeMar. I just think moving on from DeMar DeRozan, as funny as it is, as much as people want to move on from DeMar DeRozan, you can move on from DeMar DeRozan, you can move on from Malik Monk, and they'll probably miss the play-in. That's what I think will happen, or they're going to surprise everyone and mess around and get in the playoffs. That's what I'm trying to manifest. Either one of those options, just staying away from the 9-10. Because even the 9-10, yeah, you can still get we look down, like we said, Kyle. Memphis only has a 7%, or New Orleans would be in the play-in based on this, or would they be 11?
Based on the Tankathon scenario,
Yes.
they'd be 11.
Okay. So once you leave that, you got Memphis. It drops all the way down to 7% if you are the 10 seed.
Yep.
And San Antonio, if you are the 9 seed, you're at 2.4%.
And just to clarify, this is to get a top 4 pick. This isn't the number 1 pick.
Right. Right, to get a top 4 pick. Number 1 overall? Right now, the Kings, let me reset it. Right now, the Kings are at 6% number 1 overall, which they just did, and 26% top 4 if they finish 12th. If they finish 11th, drops down to 4.5 chance for the number 1 overall pick, 20% top 4. If they finish 10th, 7.1 top 4, that's percentage, 7.1%, 1.5 number 1 overall pick. If they are where the San Antonio Spurs are slated to finish 9th, 2.4% to get a top 4 pick and 0.5% to get the number 1.
Now you're talking my language. Lotteries, which, again, if it helps to your point, the team that drafted number 1 overall each of the last 2 years was in the play-in, right?
Yeah.
It happens because a 4%, what was it, a 7% chance?
Yeah.
A 7% chance happens 7 out of every 100 times, right? Naturally, every team has whatever their odds are of being. It's not like, oh, we got the 12 pick, so there's the 12th best odds, so therefore there's no chance of even trying. You still have a chance, and that's what I try and re-emphasize about tanking, or as the Wizards owner calls it, developing young talent, which is the way that strategy actually works is 2 things have to happen. One, you're in the lottery enough years to assemble a depth of young core players, and you get lucky that one time to get that one future superstar, right? You have to have both happen.
Yes, and the other thing is to remind everyone, Kyle, if you finish 10th, what the Heat just did.
Yeah.
You finish 10th, but you make it into the playoffs. It's cooked.
You're not in the lottery.
It's cooked.
You're
now.
in the playoffs. The way the lottery works is at the end of the play-in, they take the 14 teams that didn't make the playoffs and just rank them 1 through 14. And if there's ties, then they combine the odds.
Right.
Where the Kings had like a slightly better chance.
So could you be... So what happens to the let's say a 7 seed messes around and loses twice? You would then be a 7 seed. A 7. No, you finished 7th and you lost 2 play-in games.
You would be 9th. So the Kings in the regular season were 9th last year,
right? But
they technically finished 10th place in the West because they lost the 9-10 play-in game. So technically, they were the 10th place team in the West, even though they had the 9th best regular season record. So if you finish 7th in the regular season, but lose twice in the play-in, we determined that's never happened.
It's never happened.
But if it were to happen, or were the Hawks? I think the Hawks did it last year. Were they?
Or they might have been. No, they were. Maybe they were 8th.
Either way, but like the Hawks last year, you were technically 8th in the regular season, but you finished 9th in the East because you lost 2 play-in games. and
you're 9th, yes, and you would finish 9th as it pertains to the lottery.
Yes, the team in the official NBA standings, even if you have a worse record,
right?
If you lose the 9-10 play-in game, you are technically 10th place in the West that season.
Yes.
Even if you finished with a better regular season record. Now, it doesn't matter for lottery, right? Because the Mavericks still had a worse record, so they had the Mavericks were 9th place in the West, but still had better lottery odds than the Kings because the lottery is just record. That's the only thing that matters when you get to the lottery
But once you get into into the playoffs, you forfeit the lottery, even if you were the 10 seed.
Well, the lottery doesn't exist until after the season's over. They just take the 14 teams that didn't make the playoffs and just rank them. So
there's no way.
If you make the playoffs, you can't win the lottery.
Right.
Unless unless you're the Thunder.
Yeah. And you have somebody's pick from 2 years ago.
Or 2.
So there's no way. So you got to make a decision, people. You want those big T-shirts, which somebody says, I don't wear them because I collect them and don't want to spill my beer on it. It's a bad excuse. Wear the shirts.
You're going to frame the shirts?
Wear the shirts.
But also, last year, we got both.
Yeah, right. So the dream Vivek's dream.
No, don't
Actually,
do this.
no, yeah. No.
I
don't. No. I'm not doing
That's going to make people actually upset. If you say the dream is to make the play,
I wasn't going to say that.
And make the play in
Okay,
and
but
get the
here's a
play
good question.
Tankathon.
Here's a good question. Do you think? Here's a great question, and I will ask it on the other side when we hit the 12 o'clock hour. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, by his standards, Lawrence Butler isn't having the kind of season he expected, but still, Lawrence is just 25, and he's only played the equivalent of 2.5 seasons in the minor leagues. And now he's on a pace to become the first athletic since Coco Crisp back in 2013 to go 20-20, 20 homers and 20 stolen bases. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
$12 I did not get my stand goal for this hour. I was working on it. I was running around.
So you're trying to fudge the numbers.
Yeah. Just trying to.
That looked crazy.
Not going to get it.
So for those who don't know, Allen, every hour his watch tells him he's supposed to take a certain number of steps and stand a certain number of times. And so when we get to the last break of every hour, if he hasn't taken enough steps, his watch will tell him.
I got it.
No, you didn't. You just shook your arms around. So what he does is he tries to lie to the watch. Instead of trying to get to the goal, he just lies and shakes his arms as if he's taking steps, so that the watch senses like he's taking steps.
It's already messed up because there are plenty of times where I do get up and it doesn't recognize it. So it all evens out.
So then why are you even doing this? He'll run around the studio, which is probably annoying for the people downstairs. He'll run around the studio for minutes at a time and shake his arms to trick the watch. It's so crazy.
I'm actually getting up, though. I'm getting up.
You were
All
just
right.
sitting in your chair.
Yeah,
doing
that
it.
time. That time, sure. All right. Here's the question that I've cooked up. We're going to ask this as far as fans are concerned and as far as, I got to be careful here. I don't want the power to go out. As far as ownership is concerned as well. Okay? Because, hey, why not? Would you rather get to the Western Conference Finals next season knowing that you'd lose? Okay? You're going to lose. But you get to experience the Western Conference Finals, maybe something that you haven't done in a very long time. Would you rather get to the Western Conference Finals and lose, or miss the playoffs and get the first pick in the 2026 draft? It's that simple. First pick in the 2026 draft, you could take anybody you want, or you go to the Western Conference Finals knowing you're going to lose. What would you do? What would you do? 916-339-1140. Call line, text line, also the SAC chat, the YouTube, if you want to be a part of that growing community. What would you do?
And this is based on Allen winning the number one pick in the draft on
Yes.
Tankathon last segment.
Yes, we won Tankathon, and this could all go away if the Kings mess around, and really if they mess around and get in the playoffs, or if they even mess around and get into the play-in, because it would change, to Kyle's point, you'd still have a chance, but it would change your percentages, of course. We have our first answer from Christian. 10,000% get that first pick. The Bansa is better than Flag, and in my opinion, it's not close. And the 2027 draft is supposed to suck. So Christian says that he would rather go playoffless and get the first pick. I know there's got to be people out there that would rather go to the Western Conference Finals, because you don't know how good that player is going to be. You don't know. But you get an opportunity. There are probably people listening right now that are Kyle's age and never got to watch the Kings in the early 2000s when they were actually good. I know you're out there. So would you rather get to see your Kings in the Western Conference Finals, even if they're going to lose, or would you rather take that number one pick? Now, as we try to dance around it, what do I think the Kings organization would rather do? I think that they would rather go to the Western Conference Finals. You know how many shirts those are? You know how much playoff revenue that is? They are 1,000%. Now, I don't know if Scott Perry would rather do that.
No, he would. He would.
Would rather go to the Western Conference Finals?
This year, yes.
Then get the number one pick?
Yes, this year, absolutely.
You seem pretty sure about that,
I feel
Kyle.
very confident they would.
Why?
Rather. So, what is the goal of getting the number one pick in the draft? Sustainable winning because you have a young star, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Philadelphia 76ers did this and got the gift everyone wants, which is an MVP at the top of the draft that is going to have his jersey retired and have a statue outside the stadium. And he's never been to the conference finals. Like, even if you get the number one pick, you still have to do so many things on top of it to build a sustainable winner. I would just take my conference finals now, and we'll figure out the rest later. Because in this scenario, you're not taking away Sabonis, you're not taking away Keegan.
But we just saw that, and I know they lost in the first round, but we just saw that goodwill don't last that long.
Sure, you're making the case of like, why would you guarantee one when going to the bottom and building this thing right could get you 2 or 3, like the Minnesota Timberwolves just did? Alan, do you know how many times in the last 72 years the Kings Royals organization has been to the conference finals? That would be 3. 3 times
I hear
in
you.
72 years.
I hear
If
you.
you can get one trade, you know how many times they've been just in 40 years in Sacramento? Once.
How many times they get the number 1 pick?
Once. And they took Purvis Ellison. And by the way, they've had the number 2 pick once.
Yeah.
And they took Marvin Bagley. They could do that again.
Are you taking the Western Conference Finals?
1,000%. I'm not even thinking twice.
No.
With this team, if you could get me to the conference finals, absolutely. Again, do you know how many times they've been to the conference finals since 1964?
I hear you.
Since your dad has been alive, they've been to the
you.
conference finals twice.
Yeah. And we still, and I get it. But at some point, we got to move on from that.
I'll take it a step further. You could tell me they get to the conference finals and lose 4 games, and every game they lose by 30 points.
See,
and I'll take that.
Now you're being short-sighted again.
That's the goal. The goal
That's not the goal.
The goal is to win.
That's not the goal, Kyle.
Even if you do the bottom of the draft strategy, there's no guarantee you're going to get back. Again, I only bring up the 76ers to say the 76ers did almost everything right. The only mistake you could point to is they took Markelle Fultz over Jason Tatum, but even they didn't really know Markelle Fultz was going to have his shoulder like short circuit the way that it did. They did everything right. They've been in the playoffs 7 years in a row. They've had MVPs come through that team, and they never went to the conference finals.
It's also, I think, market matters as well. Market matters as well. They swung and missed on Markelle. It didn't work out. He had he forgot how to shoot. Whatever. He's ended up on the Sacramento Kings. Whatever. You have enough. This is supposed to be one of the best drafts we have seen in a very long time. And you are going to sell it down the river to get another 14th pick to tell everyone we got our butts whooped, but we got to the Western Conference Finals. They don't hang banners for that, Kyle.
The Western Conference Finals means you're one of the 4 best teams in the NBA.
Nobody cares. Who was in the Final Four for March Madness this past season?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares about this, and it's called the Final Four. You don't call it the Final Four. Nobody cares.
It means you've won 2 playoff
Nobody
series.
cares if you only do it once, Kyle. That's my whole point. One flash in the pan. Nobody even look at the Mavericks. They didn't even care.
Yes.
And they went to the finals.
Okay, what are you talking
They
about?
go to the finals. They trade Luka.
Yeah, and you know what they did?
What?
They held funerals outside their stadium. Of course they cared.
Kyle.
They had the greatest gift in the sport, and they went to the finals. And yes,
That's
maybe,
what I'm saying, though.
But again, maybe, just maybe, the number 1 pick in this year's draft will be that next Luka. But guess what happened when the Kings had the chance to get Luka?
That's besides the point. That's a different regime.
Is it though? Is it though?
So what is your argument? That they're going to mess up the pick?
My argument is you don't know. I'll take the known versus the unknown of
known losses.
Known
losses
at the end of a whole lot of wins and a whole lot of fun. I mean, could you imagine?
Kyle, we just watched this with Beam Team. I know they lost in the first round, but Beam Team seems like a lifetime ago. A complete lifetime ago. 916 says, if you know they're going to lose, then I would for sure take the number 1 pick, since that may eventually lead to a chance at a future championship. If it was instead a 10% chance at winning the Western Conference Finals or a number 1 pick, I would probably take the 10% chance, because at least you have a shot. They go on to say the goal is winning a championship. The goal is winning a championship, man. 916 says, I'll take knowing they'd lose in the Western Conference Finals. The mystery excitement wouldn't be there, but I'd make a killing betting against them. That's not really the exercise, 916, but fair enough here. Fair enough.
Sorry, me and Christopher Lott are working on some stuff. But anyways, there's just no scenario where you're telling me, imagine this world. Second round of the playoffs, Game 7 in Denver. We're going to go take down.
You're arguing memories. You're arguing
what else?
Memories.
it's not memories. You win.
But this is just another version of what Sacramento already is. Now we're going to talk about the 2026 season forever. And then now you got to hire. Well, I'll tell you this much. At least you have all of your coaches in order for 15 years from now, because who would be Sabonis is the head coach, DeMar DeRozan is the GM.
No.
Everybody associated with this team is now connected to the organization forever.
When DeMar leaves, I don't think he's coming back, but
he's home.
Keon Ellis
is the defensive guru.
Malik Monk's general manager.
Keon Ellis is the Stockton head coach.
But again, the Beam Team season was almost this, right? If they beat the Warriors in that game 7, this is the exact scenario you're talking about,
Kyle.
And if you're asking me, like, let's just choose a hypothetical. Let's say they beat the Warriors in game 7. They go to the conference finals. They were going to get swept out by the Nuggets. If you're asking me, who lived through that, would I trade that Beam Team season for AJ DeBansa? I'm not trading the Beam Team season. I'm not trading that season.
Kyle.
It's not. I mean, again,
you're keeping warm, fuzzy feelings. You're keeping warm, fuzzy feelings.
But why is AJ DeBansa? Why is being at the bottom of
the boozer? Take the good boozer.
Just saying, why is being at the bottom of the lottery the end all be all, right? And yes, you would get a generational star who might leave after 6 years, but you still get.
See, you don't need to add that.
But my point is, why would you want? Look, you still have to do other things, and that's the hardest thing to do in the sport, right? The Sacramento Kings have never drafted that guy, right? That perennial first-team All-NBA guy.
That's what I'm saying.
Who we know every year in and year out, can be the best player on the championship team.
You're going to need.
I understand that's the one thing that the Kings have never been able to do.
Yeah.
They as few times as it's ever happened, they have gone to the conference finals before, but not since drafting Oscar Robertson have they ever been the team that drafts that guy. I get that. But you're not going to be able to convince me that A, you know for certain that the guy you get this year is going to be that guy, B, that they would put the infrastructure in place to support him, and C, that would then lead to what the Minnesota Timberwolves have right now, where it's like multiple runs to the conference finals where you believe every year you have a shot. You're not going to be able to convince me that all those things are going to be able to fall in place after that.
Those things aren't certain, but we are certain in this world, based on how we're breaking it down, that you would lose in the Western Conference Finals. That's the one thing you do know.
Sure.
You know it ends.
But okay, so let me ask you this. Are they getting there by being the 7 seed and going on a miraculous run? Because my point is,
you're still arguing memories, though.
But in order for them to, I'm saying if they get to the conference finals, wouldn't they have something to build upon? Isn't that the time to trade for something?
No.
Okay.
Because this would mean that everything in the history of the Kings franchise went right. Everything went right. Zach LaVine won MVP. A bunch of, I don't even know what would have had to happen to the Thunder. There's got to be some injuries that ensue. This is the top. There's no building on anything.
This is the 2023 Lakers?
Yeah, there's no building on anything here.
Okay. I guess in this scenario,
but you got memories.
Well, is Sabonis signing an extension after this? Is this enough for him to sign an extension?
I don't want him to. It's over. It's over.
You're saying you would get one run and then
go.
We're tearing it to the studs anyways?
Exit stage left.
Okay.
Exit stage left.
Look, the things that would have to happen for this team to get to the conference finals is understand. Like Sabonis would have to be an all-NBA player. LaVine would have to be an all-star in the West. A bunch of things would have to break their way.
DeMar DeRozan is a 40% three-point shooter.
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying just that DeRozan's kind of irrelevant to the conversation.
Meek wins Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, that's a good one too. Maxime Reynaud is a backup 4, a quality backup 4 in year 1. Look, I get it. But again, for all of those things to happen, you would believe that they're building on something, and then you're making the point, but they'll never be able to build on it because Domantas Sabonis is their best player, and in theory, AJ DeBanza will be younger.
Yes, you've already seen
and have
it.
a higher ceiling.
You've already seen it. You did it. Now Kevin O'Connor can't talk trash about Domantas Sabonis. He can go somewhere and maybe win while the Kings build from within. There's basically two arguments here.
I don't think there is.
No. Basically, what I'm seeing is from the text line and also from the chat, what I'm essentially seeing is most people that are arguing to take the Western Conference Finals are taking the Western Conference Finals because they're hurt and because they don't believe that the Kings will do the right things with the number 1 pick. So just give me a nice shot of hopium now, just so I can enjoy myself for 1 year, because they're not going to figure it out. That's basically the only. That's not a logical argument.
They haven't figured it out in 70 years. 70 years they've never been able to figure it out. If they could do it. Again, I'm not saying that they won't mess it up or will mess it up or that tanking won't. If you're willing to commit
so you don't believe in Scott Perry?
I don't believe in.
Go say it. Say it.
I don't believe in spending 4 years in the lottery unless your hand is absolutely forced where you have to do that, right? Brooklyn, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving and James Harden all asked out, right? Your hand was forced. You had to do that.
Okay, look. Rework what I said about Domantas Sabonis, right? Whether you want to keep him or not. Now you can add DeBanza you can add it to the crew.
Yeah.
You can add it to the crew. You don't have to blow everything up. Nobody's saying blow everything up.
But you can't
just miss one more. You already missed the playoffs for 8,000 years besides Beam Team season in 2002 when I was 12 years old. You might as well miss one more and get a guy.
Sure, but I guess Cooper Flagg is about to be the exception a little bit because of how weird that Dallas situation is. But Dallas also went to the finals the year before. So you can't just plug in a 19-year-old and say, now we have all the answers and that's going to solve.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it keeps you in the conversation and you decide what you want to do from there. But it's better to have that guy than to not have that guy. Even though you're parading around your Western Conference, you don't even get a banner because you lost. You got a second round banner.
They put up division title, on a small little banner up there. Do we win the division? Because that way we'll get a little small note on the small banner. Which, by the way, that is also kind of sad because they essentially have one banner to list all the division titles. But there's only 3 of them. In 40 years, there's only 3 titles on there. It's 01, 02, and 2023. It's the only ones on the board.
All right, we'll keep reading your texts, taking your calls, and your SAC chat as well. This was from Brett Siegel, and this should cool people off. I'm definitely kidding here. This is more from Brett Siegel on the Kaminga Watch. The Warriors have made it known to the Kings that they would be willing to talk about a potential sign and trade if Keon Ellis or Keegan Murray were involved. So it will be interesting to see if Sacramento budges when it comes to Ellis. If you are a Kings fan, you have nothing to worry about with Murray as he won't be going anywhere. Maybe the Kings can get a deal done for Kuminga in a package that includes Ellis, but that still doesn't change the fact that Monk or DeRozan would need to be moved as well for cap reasons. At this very moment, on the edge of entering August, nothing has changed regarding the Kings and Warriors in sign and trade discussions. Earlier, and I think want to make sure to bring this up, earlier in the article, Brett did say that Malik Monk was offered. And I don't know that we've ever had that conversation on this show, but Malik Monk was in a conversation to the Warriors, and the Warriors did say we're cool. Just so everybody knows. So that is how things essentially got kicked off, because there was a little confusion there, and we weren't necessarily sure where that was going. But Malik Monk, there were conversations between Malik Monk and the Warriors, but they weren't really interested, at least according to Brett Siegel. So that's kind of part of this as well. I'm just trying to confirm where he said that in the article, but yeah, he brought that up, and apparently Golden State was not interested in Malik Monk.
Yeah, because Golden State, Malik Monk, while he does different things than Buddy Hield, I understand why they would be like, why do we need Malik Monk and Buddy Hield on this team? But Golden State is just dead set on, we are going to have complete roster flexibility come 2027.
Mm-hmm.
By hook or by crook, we are going to make sure we have no contracts on the books. Nobody, we can re-sign Steph. We can re-sign Draymond. We can go after Giannis. We could go after LeBron. We're just making sure we can do whatever we want in 2027.
Here you go. This is where Brett said it. Perry and Sacramento's front office believed there was a path to adding Kuminga and Schroeder simultaneously, with Monk being the key player who would be moved. The only problem is that Golden State and Detroit didn't desire Monk and his contract. That is when the Kings made a separate offer to the Dubs, which included Carter, newly acquired big man Dario Saric, and second-round picks. So, yeah, the Warriors, for anybody chiming in, and why don't they just take Malik Monk, or was Malik Monk not being offered? He was offered before they even had this conversation about Carter and Dario Saric. I don't know what else was included in the Monk deal, but it just doesn't really matter because it didn't get very far.
Yeah, they decided, again, they just didn't want Monk. I think that was why Detroit was originally part of the conversation with a sign and trade right around like July 3rd. Remember that weekend when everyone thought they were going to land Kaminga? Like
Not everyone, but certain people did.
Yeah, certain people thought they were going to land him 100%. It was shocked if it was going to be done by the weekend, but
it was about 3 people that tried to convince everyone else.
Yes. Anyways, but the point is, that's when they were exploring the Monk conversation. Mm-hmm. Now Detroit has kind of moved on because they've gotten Duncan Robinson now, and they already completed the sign and trade with Dennis Schroeder. So they would have to find another team, whether that's for Monk or DeRozan. We've talked about the Bucks. We've talked about the Heat. Maybe there's another team we're not seeing that maybe would just take him as a salary filler situation, but I don't think Sacramento is going to be in the business of like attaching draft picks to move Monk or DeRozan's contract just to facilitate a Kuminga deal.
No, because ultimately this all comes back. And really this Kuminga the playoff or first round pick or first pick of the draft conversation came up because really the Kuminga talk, if you go get Jonathan Kaminga and you do think, hey, we could easily be in a position where we have the number 1 pick, obviously you're never going to say no to talent, but do you really want to lose Keon Ellis or whoever that could fit this new draft picks timeline because you wanted to bring in Kaminga and you don't even know where you're going to fall. You don't even know who you're going to take, if that's going to make a lot of sense. So either you're that high on Jonathan Kuminga or you're not, and that would, again, be a little bit peculiar as to why. And Whitey Gleason even said it on the Crosstalk. We can't deny how much the Kings seem to want Kuminga because they're refusing to leaving. When you go to the store and there's something you're not sure if you want or not, or you even see somebody else and they keep kind of walking. It's like window shopping, but you keep walking past the store. You walk past it this way. You walk past it that way. Just go in and get it. Go in and get the jeans, or if you're me, the $80 Italian leather belt for no apparent reason in Vegas.
At the airport. Just go do it. You keep looking around. You keep messing around. You clearly are more. No. And the person comes up to you. Hey, can I help you? Are you looking for that? No, I'm good. I'm just window shopping. I'm just kind of looking around. Clearly, you're more interested than you're trying to lead on. And I think a lot of the reports where the Kings are just checking in, they're not really tripping off Kuminga. Well, I would say it's definitely more than just checking in.
because they're still having these conversations.
They met with him.
They met with him on Zoom, not Skype. Zoom. I don't know if it was Zoom. On the other side, a couple more possible Jonathan Kuminga sign and trades. Your calls, your texts, your Sac Chat. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Fidium Fiber.
I'm meteorologist Kelly Curran in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Lots of sunshine today and seasonable temperatures. Highs will be topping out in the low to mid 90s with winds out of the south at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA app.
It's about time they
Fix that pothole.
Invented better windshield wipers.
made an internet that just works. Fidium Fiber Internet, starting at only $30 a month. It feels like Fidium. Offer available to residential customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See Fidium.com for details.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents it's local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Everybody knows that Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the spot to get yourself a brand new car. That's why people are coming from all over. Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville. But they also have the best selection of pre-owned vehicles. All makes and models, every one of them top quality, hand-selected by General Manager Chuck Dean. Over 70 vehicles below $30,000, over 25 below $20,000. You can see that full lineup at SacSuperstore.com. And if you find a lower price somewhere else, they'll match it. And on top of that, the best car buying experience anywhere. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hop Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Summer's flying by, and that back-to-school checklist, it's growing fast. New backpack? Check. School supplies? Check. Dentist appointment? Let's fix that. Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics is making it easy to cross dental checkups off your summer list fast with priority scheduling for new patients and kid-friendly care that makes them smile. It's one less thing to worry about before fall. Call now or book online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, because healthy smiles should be the easiest thing to check off your summer list.
Michael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A+ Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only, to beat cancer. So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together. If we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
$12:30, taking you up to 2 p.m. Couple other deals that Kaminga could or couldn't be a part of. When you look at all of the restricted free agents, though, all their situations are different. Quentin Grimes is a nice piece, right? He's just a nice piece. Cam Thomas, nobody knows what his value is. What does he go, 6'2", shooting guard, kind of a microwave. He's a Malik Monk type of player, right? So that's those two. Josh Giddey, I think on its face has the most value because of the team that he's on. And the Bulls now, it kind of reminds me of when in the NFL, there was, who was it? Was it Hassan Reddick, where the Jets traded for Hassan Reddick and then they knew that he wanted a new deal. So they trade for Hassan Reddick, or they acquire Hassan Reddick from the Eagles and then decide, yeah, we actually don't know if we want to give you a new deal, so why did you bring him in when you know that he wanted a new deal? The Bulls weren't really doing anything with Caruso, but you trade Giddey for Caruso, then decide you're going to get into a standoff. I guess you're just trying to save a little bit of cheese. I get it, but it's the same thing as a Hassan Reddick situation. You knew what was coming and you traded for him anyway.
Yeah, I guess it's a little different only because with Giddey, I think they were always planning to offer him the long-term extension, and then they got to the market and they were like, oh, well, now we don't have to do that.
Right. And you can't really do bleep about it.
Yeah, that's kind of the weird situation there. But yeah, I mean, Giddey, I think, I can't remember who was reporting on it, but he met with Billy Donovan in Vegas and was like at Summer League games and stuff. So like, it's just a matter of them being like, his agent's kind of like, come on, you know this ain't right.
Right. You knew what you were getting into. Then you said, oh, the price is going not, hey, let everybody know the price going up. Let everybody know the price going down. So we don't have to pay you the same thing, Josh Giddey.
Yeah. And he's just like, well, what do you mean? I thought this is what we were going to do. And they're like, no.
It was all part of it. So I think based on that, Giddey has the most value, especially with how it's hard to find those point guards. I would say Giddey, Quinn Grimes at the bottom, right? But
I'd say Cam Thomas at the bottom.
I don't think it's Cam. I think somebody could convince himself of his microwave scoring. Quinn Grimes had one good game. That's why we're talking about Quinn Grimes.
What are you talking about? Quinn Grimes was putting up numbers on an awful team.
On an awful team.
Right, but you know who wasn't doing that? The other 76ers. Like, even if it was I'm not saying Quentin Grimes should get any contract.
No. I'm just comparing it to Cam Thomas. I'm not I don't care about the 76ers. They were dog doo-doo.
So were the Nets.
Yeah, but Cam Thomas has been good for a couple years now. Quentin Grimes just started to play pretty good on a bad team.
I mean, Quentin Grimes has been on.
I like Quentin Grimes.
Oh, your voice popped right there.
No, I like Quentin Grimes. But I'm going Giddey. Kuminga.
Yeah.
I'm going Cam Thomas and Quentin Grimes.
All right. We're saying the same thing. Just flip the two. Just flip Grimes and flip Cam Thomas. I mean,
well, one's better than the other.
As someone who saw Quentin Grimes play in high school, I'm all in on him.
And that's really
that's exactly what this is.
916-339-1140. Let's get to Kenny. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Kenny? What you got for us?
How you guys doing today?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Working a little bit. I love you guys' show. I listen to you every day.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. What you got for us?
Well, you know what? Give me the Western Conference Finals because you ain't got you got just as much a 50-50 shot of winning the Western Conference Finals as you do in getting the number one pick in the draft.
That's a good call. That's a good call, Kenny. Thank you for
coming into downtown.
All righty. Thanks for the call, Kenny. He said something about downtown. He said, hit me up. I'm downtown.
That's a good question. His phone was cutting in and out a little bit.
Hit him up. He's downtown. Shout out Downtown Kenny. That's his new nickname, Downtown Kenny. Kenny says he would take the Western Conference Finals because it's a 50-50 shot as to whether the number ones are gonna work out or not, are gonna take you there. Let's look at Cade Cunningham, who everybody would call a hit, because somebody else brought up as well. And if you're just now joining us, we started a debate, and the conversation was, would you rather take the Western Conference Finals next season knowing that you are going to lose, or would you rather miss the playoffs and get the first pick in the 2026 draft? Funny enough, it's been a bit split just based on how people take in the show. I feel like the text line has more so been in the camp of tanking or just missing that playoffs and taking the number one pick. And the chat has been all over Kyle's answer and all about going to the Western Conference Finals. I don't know what that says, but maybe there's something, maybe there's some research to that. I'm not sure.
Maybe the trend is about to be reversed. I don't know, but over the last, to your point in devil's advocate for myself, over the last 5 years, there is maybe you're not going to get a generational star, but there is a 100% chance you're getting a perennial all-star with the number one pick. You've got Zion, Anthony Edwards, Cade Cunningham, Paolo Banchero, Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
That's 5 years in a row of all-star before they turn 24 years old.
Now, it would be very Kangs to get the first miss out of the last 5 years.
I don't know. We'll see what happens with Reese Shea.
Yeah, Reese Shea. And you know what? Another thing.
Because Alex Sarr looks good.
Zion in 2019. People are weird when it comes to Zion because I don't even know if that's a hit or miss. I know how you feel, Kyle. I know you would say that it's a hit, but it's kind of a weird hit because you don't really have much to show for it.
It's a Pelicans kind of hit.
If you were if somebody said, Allen, you get to same idea, you get to go to the Western Conference Finals and lose, or take Zion, or your number one pick is going to be Zion, I'm probably taking the Western Conference Finals.
Okay, so you're the idea of DeBanza or the Boozer twin or whoever else could be the next Anthony Edwards or Victor Wembanyama.
Better than if you're telling me, and maybe that's an argument to just take the Western Conference Finals because they could be Zion, but like you said, it's a bad stretch. It's a confusing stretch. All right, now I'm all the way down here. Let's go from 2010 just for fun. John Wall.
How many conference finals?
Taking the Western Conference. And he was in the East.
How many did he go to? 0.
Kyrie Irving, you taking Western Conference Finals?
If you were promising me Kyrie Irving?
I'm taking Kyrie. I think. You just need to get LeBron as well to actually do it.
Yeah, I'm like, Kyrie was pretty bad on the Cavs at the beginning.
Yeah.
But can Sabonis and
So right now, John Wall, I'm taking Western Conference. Kyrie, I'm taking Western Conference. Anthony Davis, he's another one. I'd put him in the Zion category. I would take Anthony Davis, but a lot of people would take Western Conference.
That one would be tough. That would make me stop to say, because Anthony Davis, regardless of what you feel about him, definitely had a better career than Sabonis. So that's kind of the tough part.
Anthony Bennett, obviously taking Western Conference.
I don't know. Let's
okay. Just stop it. Andrew Wiggins, I'm taking Western Conference. Karl Anthony Towns, another weird one.
Andrew Wiggins is the second best player on a team that won a championship.
18 years later, Karl Anthony Towns, you taking him or Western Conference?
I mean, I'm Western Conference.
That's where I'm running out of fingers here. Ben Simmons, I don't know.
I don't know. Let's hear it out.
No. We're at 6-1.
Ben Simmons, if you would,
this is not looking good for my argument. By the way,
no, you would throw your phone if you saw that the number one pick turned into Ben Simmons.
Markelle, oh my goodness, we're at 7-1. DeAndre Ayton 8-1. Zion Williamson 9-1.
Oh, okay.
And then things change with Anthony Edwards, Cade Cunningham, Paolo Banchero, Victor Wembanyama. We don't know about Reece Sachet.
We don't know about Cooper.
And Cooper.
Yeah.
So basically, you're sitting at 9-5 right now.
But also, you're betting on the potential of those younger guys.
Yeah, they're not even. We don't even know how it's going to end.
All the 5 that you picked are all the recent ones because you're saying I just want the potential. Which again, go back to that Wiggins class, right? Like let's throw Wiggins out for a second because you know who was supposed to be the number one pick in that draft class was Joel Embiid, but he broke his foot.
Right.
If I made it Joel Embiid, would you? That's my point. I see your face, and my point is, even if you promise me Joel Embiid, which is based on his production, best you could possibly ask for at the number one pick in the draft, a Hall of Famer, MVP. Guy who's going to have a statue, a little 2-foot statue outside the stadium in Philadelphia because that's what they do for some reason. That guy never made it to the conference finals. So even if you get the best possible scenario,
I'm losing this one bad.
Take it.
I'm losing. I should never have read off those number one picks. On the other side, couple more trades possibilities for Jonathan Kuminga. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
There's a lot of uncertainty in the world, but one thing's for sure. You need a PC you can rely on. Whether it's for school, gaming, or whatever your next chapter holds, Lenovo.com has the tech to help you succeed. Shop PCs right now at Lenovo.com during their back-to-school sale, where students can save more when they sign up for a Lenovo education account. Free shipping, easy returns, flexible financing. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-292-4382. That's 800-292-4382. 800-292-4382.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. And visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Xfinity TV is the best way to stream your favorite live sports, giving you an incredible viewing experience. From pregame to postgame, Xfinity gives you the best seat in the house with traditional TV, streaming stats and odds right from your TV.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And we have some calls we're going to get to. We have been talking about whether or not you would go to the Western Conference Finals and lose as a Kings fan this next season, or just go to the draft and take the #1 pick. Okay, we also have a couple possible Jonathan Kaminga sign and trade deals. Let's get to Ashley, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Ashley? What you got for us?
So I was calling because I wanted to kind of touch on what you guys were talking about as far as what direction the Kings should head in. And personally, I have to say that the Kings have to compete. And the reason why is we could go for that #1 pick, but how many times have we seen this Kings team be in really, really good shape to get that #1 spot, and we don't move up, or we don't even get the pick, even though we're supposed to be with the #1 odds to get the #1 pick, you know?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Ashley. In the world that we were living in, we were saying it is for sure you are going to get the #1 pick or you are going to lose in the Western Conference Finals. This, what Ashley is saying, is obviously a more realistic situation where you have, for example, the Utah Jazz, who have been stinking up the joint for the last 2-3 years now, and they still haven't gotten the first pick in the draft. Now, they did get Ace Bailey, who is supposed to be a really good player, and they are accumulating good young players, but they have not gotten #1. So in that regard, whether or not the Kings should tank or develop young talent, I understand why Ashley is saying, hey, we can't just try to focus on something that's still a gamble. Right now, if it's a 2026 draft that it's supposed to be really strong and you know you have a good chance of being in the top 4, even if you don't get #1, obviously that would make you feel good about things. But I completely understand where you're coming from, Ashley. The only other side of it is just, well, what are you actually competing? Is this fake hustle? We talk about it all the time. I don't know when this started, but the first time somebody did it, it was legit, right? But when a player in baseball, most of the time this is college. Actually, it's never in Major League Baseball. Maybe we've seen it once or twice. I don't know, Hunter Pence or something. When a player gets hit by a baseball and they sprint to first base, right? Because they're just kind of juiced up and they want to juice up the team. I think the first time I saw it, I was watching the College World Series a couple years ago, and probably more like 10 years ago now. But this player gets hit by a pitch and he, instead of grimacing, he just sprints to first base and the dugout didn't know he was going to do it. And it just everybody got hyped. And I'm thinking, oh, that was pretty sick. Then it became a thing. And anytime somebody got hit by a pitch or walked or whatever, or hit a foul, but whatever, they're sprinting to first base. And I'm thinking, that's fake hustle. That's fake hustle. You're doing it because it's a thing now. It's not organic. I don't believe that you're really trying to hustle the way you're trying to make it come off. It's just kind of not a joke, but it's a thing that one guy did in the moment. And now it's just become a trend, if you will. Fake hustle. That's fake hustle to me. I hate fake hustle. And the only thing I would say, I'm not saying to tank to get the number one pick per se, even though we got it today on Tankathon. But is it fake hustle to trot out a lineup of veterans with expensive contracts that have no chance of winning anything of note? So it's not necessarily about focusing on getting the number one pick. It's what are you actually trying to accomplish right now? Because Ashley said, I think they should compete. Are the Kings actually going to compete this next season? And what's the definition of compete? They're going to play basketball games, but are they going to compete? I don't know about that.
I don't think they're going to be accused of being fined for tanking like the Jazz
No, me
did.
neither.
So I guess in that sense, they will be fielding a competitive basketball team to the best of their abilities this year. But again, the underlying problem is they traded an all-NBA point guard for not an all-NBA point guard and not draft picks either. So they've kind of taken a step back to the middle in a way that they weren't 2
They were
years
already
ago.
kind of in the middle.
I mean,
now this is worse middle. This is the other side of middle.
They were in the upper middle, right? Because
Yes.
before Lucas sat on Malik's leg, they were a 50-win team in 2024.
Yes, they were upper middle class.
They weren't gonna go to the Western Conference Finals in 2024, but they were on track to make the playoffs.
They weren't upper middle class, but now they're kind of living paycheck to paycheck.
I don't like this analogy, but I guess I don't know.
Just saying.
Look, the underlying point about it is like if they aren't competing next year, they're gonna go to the bottom, and maybe Domantas Sabonis is gonna speed that process along by being like, "Thank you, let's just get this over with. I would like to go somewhere else. Let's try and get this done." Right? Maybe that's gonna force their hand, and they'll have to go to the bottom anyways. Which I've maintained from the beginning. If Sabonis wants to sign an extension, offer him the extension and dare him to turn it down. And then just, even if you're going to go to the bottom, keep trying. Because, Alan, in the history of the Sacramento Kings specifically, do you know how many times they've had a top 3 pick in the draft?
Not often.
It's 3 times. And one time they took Purvis Ellison, who was off the team in 1 year. Another time they took Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic, regarded as the worst draft pick of the last 10 years.
We'll see.
And the other one, the player never even played a game for the team. So, again, that one actually worked out well in hindsight, but it's not like these top 3 picks have historically worked out great for the Kings anyways. And that is the one thing that has kept them from being great. They've never drafted a perennial all-NBA player. They've traded for him, but they've never drafted one of those.
I'm just not going to operate in fear, and I'm not going to operate based on the past.
No,
a long time ago.
You're operating under the Western Conference Finals is not good enough for me.
I'm operating under. We're trying to hang banners here.
Yeah, you're making the point,
and not just one second round banner.
But you just don't think this team can ever get there as presently constructed.
In real life?
Yeah, this version cannot get there.
I don't think so. Anything is possible.
Even if you guaranteed a trip to the conference finals, you don't believe they would be able to take the next step.
No.
Or make a trade to get to the next step.
No, because I think everybody would have played out of their mind that season and they wouldn't be able to do it again. That's what I think.
But wouldn't that be the time to trade for a Trae Young or a LaMelo Ball?
You're just not going to convince me, Kyle.
Okay.
You're not going to convince me.
It's okay.
1:00 on the dot when we return. Brett Siegel lays out 3 paths to resolve the Jonathan Kuminga situation, and we include those trades as well. 30 minutes with you. Don't move. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hop Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9998 now.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
o'clock hour. One more hour with you. And then we hand the keys over to the drive guys, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. I know Whitey's in. I'm assuming Kyle is probably out.
I think he comes back today.
Okay. So he did the long. Yeah, how often do you do the long weekend and then you also take the Monday off? I'm typically, like when we've done bachelor parties and things like that, and everybody is trying to throw in their vote. Hey, would you rather miss Thursday of work or Monday of work? Even before I was in this business, you would miss Friday of work or Monday of work. It would always be Friday, right? And
Okay.
was Draper, he was in on Friday because Whitey was in on Friday.
Yeah, Draper went to San Diego.
Right.
So here's my thought on this, and this is a different thought.
Okay.
It depends on the type of activity you're doing, right? So if you're going out of town to visit your family, take the Friday off. If you're going out of town for, let's say, some debauchery, take the Monday off. Because if you're going to be doing activities that are going to need recovery, take the Monday off to recover. But if you're doing activities that are like, spending time with people, you just want to maximize the amount of time you're spending. So, and most people are going back to work on Monday. So,
yeah,
Friday off if it's like I want to spend time with people. Monday off if it's like we're going to get into some crazy stuff this weekend.
Yeah, we typically do the Friday just because the Friday is just historically, like when I do our guys trip, or the guys golf trip, it's always Friday just because it's just that's the night that you want to go out.
I don't know. That might be well, I guess you have to travel for it. So
Right, that's the night. Yeah, we leave Thursday night.
That might have to be a Friday and a Monday.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, Sunday you're just completely useless. And I can't be the older we get, the less useless we can be because of children.
Yeah.
And you just kind of figure it out. But I understand your thought process.
You guys are almost unks at this point.
I'm very unk. We are. There's no doubt about it.
You're not quite OG yet.
No. If once I'm OG, it just might be time to just
I don't know.
Say goodnight.
Because when I play a weekly basketball game, it's kind of like one of those things where you kind of have to guess how old someone is. So it's like, if you got a little gray in the hair, you're OG.
Yeah.
But if you're just like your age, you're unk kind of situation. You got to kind of guess on some of this.
Thank you very much.
But for example, my roommate went to concert in Vegas this weekend. Take the Monday off. You don't take Friday off. You got to take the Monday off. If you're doing Vegas,
right,
Tahoe,
right, because you would leave work after on Friday. You still have Friday night, right? A lot of time we're golfing, so we want to golf on Friday and on Saturday, or we golf Saturday and maybe the Sunday. So you're already not, and I've seen funny videos from guys and their golf trips. That Sunday round can be rough.
So with the golf trip, you're saying Sunday is already the recovery day.
Yeah.
You're sacrificing Friday because instead of doing things Saturday and Sunday, you guys want to do things Friday, Saturday.
Yes. And pray.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Sunday recovery.
That's pretty much it. All right. Let's get to these possible Brett Siegel has a couple other situations that could resolve the Jonathan Kuminga conundrum. He's got 3 of them. And if I'm not mistaken, Kyle, I believe he said he thought number 2 was the one that might be most likely. And because he has a lot in here, but pretty much he says that the Warriors are able to bring Kaminga back. And again, it's been reported from Mark Stein, 2 years, $40 million. Okay. So 20 a year. And that's option number 1. Option number 2, Kaminga to the Kings for Monk, Carter, a top 8 protected first via a 4-team deal. And option number 3, Kuminga to the Bulls for Ayo Dosunmu, Jalen Smith, the top 14 first and a second. That deal, because I'm not going to do this thing where we sit there and we talk about Monk or whoever, Monk or Carter is better than those guys. I like Jalen Smith. He's kind of bounced around a bit. I think that he could help the Warriors for sure, especially because the Warriors have lost Kevon Looney. I think ultimately the funniest part is they could make this move for Kaminga, for Ayo and Jalen Smith. I guess that makes them better, right? I guess that makes them better than Malik Monk and Devin Carter. It gives them more size.
Well, also they wouldn't be taking Malik Monk. They'd be rerouting him for...
Right, that's right. Malik Monk is going to Miami.
Yeah.
So the Warriors are only getting Devin.
They're getting Devin Carter and another player they like better than Malik Monk. I don't know who that player is, but in Brett Siegel's situation, he goes Haywood Highsmith.
Right.
So just instead of long-term contract Malik Monk, they'll get another impact player that they like better, whoever that is.
Haywood Highsmith, Devin Carter, and a first. And yeah. Or Ayo Dosunmu, Jalen Smith.
And a lottery protected first.
Well, number one, the Warriors just kind of screwed the pooch on this, but
which also I would add in his example of the lottery protected first, ain't no way the Bulls are going to make the playoffs next year. So that's going to be 2 seconds. So it's essentially Dosunmu, Jalen Smith, and 3 seconds.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could say the Bulls deal is a little bit better. Fine, if you want. Either way, I don't think. I think at this point, and let's see, Jalen Smith has
2 years.
2 years left, $9 million this season.
Hey, Golden State wants to have $0 on the books come 2027,
and he's done in 2027. So.
Yeah, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, all off the books in 2027.
Yeah,
Steve Kerr, they could get rid of everyone in 2027.
I mean, this is no disrespect to the Kings. I do think it's probably a better deal from the Bulls. Slightly. Yeah. I think either way, nobody's shaking in their boots for the Warriors, but
I think Ayo Dosunmu is a Keon Ellis type player. I think Keon Ellis is probably a little bit better, but it's not like a drastic gap. They're both undersized defensive guards who can play some on ball, but are probably better at the 2, right? I guess it's just a personal preference of if the Bulls are even offering Ayo Dosunmu, then maybe the Kings have to come in and offer Keon Ellis. But at this point, the Bulls aren't even in the game. I think it's just Siegel has been reporting that Golden State is hopeful that Chicago would possibly offer Dosunmu for Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, and I'm just double checking here. He's got three different options from the Warriors' perspective. Kaminga signs a 3-year, $75 million deal with a player option and a trade kicker. Kaminga signs that 2-year deal, which would move up to $45 million in the short term. Or Kaminga accepts just a little bit less than that, right? $7.9 million. Oh, sorry, Kyle. It was 7.9. So going back to the Warriors media and Warriors fans saying, he's only missing out on $10 million. It's $7.9 million. So it's really $8 million. So it's really $10 million.
That was the thing I was so confused about, is that they were like, oh, he's, 7.9 is really 10. No, that's like $2 million difference. That's a lot of money that you're leaving behind.
Yeah. It's a lot of money, whether he plays or not. The reality is, it's a gamble, and so much can happen. I'm not even talking about injury. I'm talking about how you are viewed towards the rest of the NBA and what your value is. His agent can say one thing. I remember we had a coach and he was the best at making you feel good. But my year at feel good about how you're playing.
You really needed to specify that.
I mean, I was gonna get there, all right, and
I don't think
probably not.
And really need to not put that.
While we were at the JUCO, we were rolling 30-5, right? 30-5. He told everybody, I think you're going in the top 10 rounds. I think you're going in the 25th round. I think you're going in the 30th. Everybody was getting drafted. Scouts were coming to our games. Guys were filling out, the little scout sheets, all of that. We ended up losing state playoffs first round. Draft comes, which didn't help. Draft comes around. One dude got drafted in about the 35th round. Nobody else got drafted. But he was just really good at, hey, I think you're going in the 10th. I think the guy that he said he thought was going in top 10 rounds went 35th. Nobody else got a call. So this is what people do. And if you're Jonathan Kuminga's agent, somebody said, as much as people want to bag on Clutch, if Jonathan Kuminga was with Clutch, none of this would already be resolved. Because Rich Paul, he just understand. And I'm not trying to bag on whoever Kuminga's agent is, but it just probably wouldn't have happened this way. And now they're sitting there trying to tell us, oh yeah, we might take the qualifying offer because we'll be fine. We'll be fine heading into free agency next season. You sure about that? Are you sure about that? So people can say what they want to say, but nobody is quite positive exactly what the idea and what the market is going to look like. So Kyle, are these are other Kuminga signing trades that you cooked
These
up?
are mine. These are ones that I did.
This is old school.
I went into
this is old school, Kyle.
Based on Brett Siegel giving the best example this morning, we went back and put together some based on what we've been talking about. Okay, so first option here is the famous DeMar DeRozan to the Bucks one that you brought up that led to, or I don't know if it was Bucks or Heat, but led to Dunk Central reposting and aggregating you based on the handshake agreement to send DeMar DeRozan to a contender. So in that scenario, obviously you'd have to have Kyle Kuzma leave, but Kyle Kuzma can't go back to the Kings. So in this scenario, Kyle Kuzma's getting shipped to the Jazz, which he played college in Utah, might be fine there. Basically the deal is the Kings would end up with Jonathan Kuminga. The Warriors would end up with Devin Carter, Andre Jackson Jr., Kings first round pick, top 6 protected, and the Charlotte second next year. So they'd end up with whatever, if Tankathon puts them 9th, the Warriors would end up with essentially the 9th pick and the 36th pick in next year's draft, along with Devin Carter. The Bucks would end up with DeMar DeRozan and Kyle Anderson, Slow-Mo, who you hate.
No, I don't hate him. He's just weirdly overrated.
Yeah, Bucks end up with DeRozan and Slow-Mo. The Jazz end up with Kyle Kuzma, Terrence Davis, and the Pistons second that the Kings got for the Dennis Schroeder sign and trade. Yeah. So Sacramento also, by the way, Sacramento also gets AJ Green.
So
cool.
The Jazz are just waiting for Kyle Kuzma's contract to go away.
Yes. But the reason that it would make sense for them is they just get a future second, but they already have to pay Kyle Anderson for 2 years. So the idea is for paying Kyle Kuzma $8 million more a year, we'll get a second round pick because they already are on the books for Kyle Anderson for 2 years anyways.
Okay.
And Kuzma can go back to tanking with another team instead of the Wizards.
And remember how to play basketball.
Yes, because Kuzma apparently only is good now when he's playing meaningless basketball.
Okay. What's the other one?
The other one is Malik Monk to Toronto. Yay. Happy for Malik Monk. They, we had, what's his name? Was it S who came on the show and talked about Toronto should want Malik Monk? So in this situation, they'd have to give up RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett goes to the Bulls. just because. Doesn't have any reasoning behind it. It's just the Bulls get draft picks to take RJ Barrett. The Kings get Kuminga. Warriors get Devin Carter, Io DeSumo, and Javon Carter, and a Kings first that's probably it's probably gonna be 2 seconds. It's like lottery protected Kings first. So the Warriors get Devin Carter, Io DeSumo, Javon Carter, probably 2 second-round picks. Raptors get Malik Monk and Jalen Smith, and the Bulls get RJ Barrett and a couple seconds. So the Bulls would essentially be trading DeSumo, Javon Carter, which is just an expiring contract, and Jalen Green for RJ Barrett and 2 seconds.
It feels like the Warriors might be getting a little too much, but I do like that one.
I mean, the Warriors apparently aren't getting enough right now.
Yeah, I like that one.
They get best of both worlds. They get DeSumo and Devin Carter, even though they don't really want Devin Carter.
Yeah, I think I like that one a little bit more than I probably should. The DeMar DeRozan one, I don't necessarily mind it either, but just how realistic it is, I'm not sure. I think the Malik to Toronto one, the only problem is there's nobody there to do the Malik deal. That's the only problem in Toronto.
Yeah, they don't have no president. But if you're Toronto, like if it's just from their standpoint, would you do RJ Barrett for Malik, or RJ Barrett in a second for Malik Monk and Jalen Smith? Get a starting shooting guard who costs less and a backup center?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, they're already trying to move. Well, they were before they fired their president, trying to move RJ Barrett, which is just a funny sentence.
So you're either moving on from Devin Carter, that's probably going to be a couple seconds, and Malik Monk, or it's just the difference between Devin Carter, that same pick, and Malik Monk, or Devin Carter, that same pick, and DeMar DeRozan.
Well, and in the first one, you get AJ Green.
And I do like AJ Green.
But AJ Green's just going to be sitting on that bench until garbage time.
I don't know, man. He cooked the Kings.
With their 8 million guards, you think AJ Green is going to play?
AJ Green cooked the Kings. Remember that Bucks game where it ended their 7-game winning streak and they just got
they got destroyed. Giannis was just crushing everyone.
And I just searched AJ Green, and now the football player is
of course.
Shout out that AJ.
By the way,
Green
another
too.
player who just plays no defense.
His nickname is Derry Bird.
Like Derry, like D-A-I. Derry Bird? Like Larry Bird?
Like Larry Bird. Which is funny because why is he Derry Bird if they're both white?
Oh, no, it's Derry because I'm guessing he probably grew up on a farm. Is probably what it is. That's probably what it is.
College, Northern Iowa. He's from Cedar Falls, Iowa.
So yeah, he probably grew up on a farm or something, and dairy is like he milked cows. I also thought the same. If it makes you feel better, I also thought the same thing. Why is he Derry Bird when Larry Bird was also white?
Bring him home, man.
What, to Iowa?
Bring him home.
Him and Keegan are going to buy a farm in Wheatland or something?
I'm looking here. Okay. He's 25 years old. He's almost 26.
He plays no defense. What does he shoot from 3?
Now you're talking. 42% from tray ball.
So he's young Doug McDermott.
Hey, and who better to learn from? Who better to learn? Thank you. Do that deal, man. I would do either deal, to be honest.
So that's interesting. So you would be comfortable giving up the first round pick next year?
Well, it's top 14 protected.
No, that's in the Toronto one. In the Milwaukee one, is top 6.
No, that's got to be top 14.
No, because then it's 2 seconds. Why the Warriors?
Well, then they're getting Andre Jackson too, and I really like Andre Jackson.
Andre Jackson is not.
I really like, and they should really like Andre Jackson. As well.
There's no way they're going to do it for Devin Carter, Andre Jackson in 3 seconds.
They might not have a choice.
I just, again, because they're getting DeSumo and Javon Carter in the
Yes,
other
in the other
situation,
deal.
the pick can be more protected.
I hear you.
But in this other situation, they're getting basically nothing in the short term for Kuminga. What they would be getting in that Bucks one that we did is the 2 picks. One probably in the lottery.
Okay, well, hear me out then. Right? So right now the Kings are slotted at 8.
Let's say they get the 9 pick.
Then it's gone.
Yes. Then the Warriors would get the 9 pick
No.
and the 36 pick.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
So you wouldn't trade Kuminga for the 9 pick in next year. I mean, Devin Carter too. But essentially, you wouldn't trade Jonathan
That's a really
Kuminga
good
for
question.
the 9th pick in next year's draft and Devin Carter and the 36th
No,
pick.
I don't think I would.
Interesting.
I don't think I would. It's not that I don't like I think Jonathan Kaminga is talented. We've been over this, but with everything that comes with it, it's a really strong draft. You're losing out on a top 10 in that draft for a guy who just keeps telling us that he's really good, but he hasn't really shown us that he's very good. I think that this is where, if you're the Kings, for as much as I keep saying, clearly they're more interested than maybe they're wanting to lead on. I think this is where, hey, it's at top 10 protected. What about top 10 protected?
I mean, Siegel said top 8, so I'm just going based off if Siegel's original deal was.
I can't give up a top 10 pick. I can't do it.
I mean, if Siegel's original deal was essentially Monk, Carter, and that top 8 protected pick, now we're taking out Monk and throwing in DeRozan, who presumably has less value than Monk.
No. I don't know about that.
And,
not to the Bucks, but I can't do top 6.
Okay.
I
So
can't do it.
if I made it top 8, so they would have to finish better than.
It's just you're rolling the dice, man.
You're really getting close. Which, in fairness, I can't remember how many years ago it was, but Toronto traded essentially the 9th pick in the draft for Jakob Poeltl.
But this is what I'm going to say. Going back to what initially, to your point, what initially got aggregated, right? You don't have a primary scorer on this Kings team. So you could make the argument, maybe this starts, and I'm not trying to dig too much into this hypothetical trade, but you could make the argument, if we make this trade and you say, fine, top 8 protected, this might be the beginning, and the Warriors might know this too. This could be the beginning of the end of Zach LaVine would probably still be on the team just based on contract, but what if this changes how Domantas Sabonis feels at the trade deadline? Or maybe even Zach LaVine at that point, you're already missing DeMar DeRozan. And let's be honest, DeMar DeRozan is a question of value, right? He's a better scorer than Jonathan Kuminga. I think you make this deal, and in the short term, the Kings might be worse, which would help them as far as keeping the pick. So I think I would do the deal because in some weird way, this deal makes the Kings probably worse in the short term. I just don't think they're going to have enough scoring pop, which keeps them safe from the play-in or anything like that, which would have to be, I would still want top 8 protected, which would have to be terrible, terrible Kang's luck in order for them to miss out on that pick.
Or they're actually good next year and they get to the play-in and it's the 13th pick again, like last year.
And yeah.
If it's the 13th pick and we land Jonathan Kuminga, and Kuminga is a quality player, I don't think too many people are going to be sad about it.
And the way the Kings draft anyway, that pick was probably going to be older than Jonathan Kuminga to begin with. They only draft 27-year-olds.
To that same point, like as much as people were annoyed by the fact that that Kevin Huerter pick ended up being 13th in the draft, and the Hawks then flipped it so that the Pelicans could go up and give them their unprotected first-round pick next year because the Pelicans are stupid. Like, even though people were annoyed by that, I didn't see that many people that were like, wow, the Kings got just awful value on that Kevin Huerter trade. 2.5 years of Kevin Huerter for the 13th pick in the draft was a pretty fair trade.
Yeah.
And
more like one. year of Kevin Herter.
Whatever. Whatever, Alan.
I'm just saying.
The point, though,
one year will look really good. It kind of evened out. And maybe that's what the 13th pick is. It's just kind of one good year, one bad year, then bye-bye now.
That's what it's worth.
That's what it's worth. One good Kevin Herter, one bad Kevin Herter. Okay, we'll see you.
Then half a season of just everyone knows he's going to get traded.
When we return, now what if all it took for this man to remember how to play basketball was changing his number? Also, Jason Tatum has taken the boot off. Video is looking like he should put the boot back on, and Luka out here lying about his vertical leap. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avery-Anna. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hot Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
We've had a couple different, not arguments, I'd say, conversations today, debates, if you will. And I'm going to keep it going because I had something to say. When was this? Sunday. I believe it was Sunday after River Kitties. And I just had a hankering for something. You know, it was a long weekend. And there was just one thing I needed. One thing I needed. I needed In-N-Out Burger. I needed In-N-Out Burger, and I needed it bad. And I ate it like a child, where I just got extra pickles, animal style, no lettuce, no tomato. I had my In-N-Out smash burger. I had 2 and animal fries.
So onions and extra pickles?
Onions, extra pickles, and extra sauce, extra spread.
I'm not judging. It's just a fascinating combination.
Sometimes I get lettuce, tomato. Sometimes I don't.
But not today.
Not that day. I just needed the real greasiness. And I got my animal fries, and it just hit me. It just hit me. If you want to say In-N-Out is overrated, that's fine, right? Maybe it is based on the lines at times. But if you in a straight face will say In-N-Out is not good, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I just think you're trying to be that person. Based on price and quality, I understand if you want to call it overrated because people do overrate it. Maybe I'm one of them. But not good? Stop it.
I think if you're making the...
Stop it. Stop it.
You just fumbled your... That was cute. You're trying to build up to a rant, and then you just dropped your pen.
Go ahead.
So
Go ahead, Kyle.
I feel like if you're making the point that In-N-Out is just not good, then I would make the argument none of the fast food burgers are really that good. But I think you're also just making the point you prefer it with more preservatives. This is the thing that Jay talks about with the fries all the time that I think is crazy. And he's like, these wobbly, crinkly fries from it. I'm like, yeah, because it's real potatoes. He just wants the preservatives and wants all the 8,000 chemicals in his fries.
The guy Supersize Me, and I know he's no longer with us, but
he isn't? Oh,
I don't believe so.
Oh, that's sad.
I don't believe so. I remember he found a fry in his car from about a week later, and they're fine. There's no mold, nothing. They're fine. I'm correct, right, Kyle?
Yes, he passed away last year, Morgan Spurlock.
And there's they're completely fine. But In-N-Out Burger, you want to call it overrated, you don't feel like standing in the line, cool. But to say it's not good is Looney Tunes. And I'll give you this one as well. As far as the comparison, we have to stop comparing In-N-Out to places that are way more expensive than In-N-Out. Don't compare it to The Habit. Don't compare it to
Five Guys.
Five Guys, I got to take out another mortgage.
By the way, I have loved that meme has existed for years now because, like, a lot of places cost the same as Five Guys now, but for some reason, Five Guys keeps getting the reputation of being $4,000 on your burger.
They just give you extra fries, so they say it's okay.
This is a little bit before both of our time, but back when the Maloofs were trying to get a new stadium in Sacramento, they did a really tone-deaf commercial for Carl's Jr. where they were at their casino and they were eating Carl's Jr. burgers with like $6,000 bottle of wine, and they called it the $6,000 meal deal. Again, they were trying to get public funding for a stadium, very tone-deaf, but that's what people think Five Guys is $6,000 for a burger meal deal. And I just think it's so funny that meme has continued to exist for years.
And people are chiming in about the Supersize Me guy. Look, The only reason I brought it up is because we were talking McDonald's and there was a fry in his car for a week. Okay, we're not talking about the supersize me person.
Which I guess R.I.P. now. I didn't realize.
Yeah, just don't.
I guess. Yeah.
Look, I had to watch it back in high school, and when we watched it, we didn't know all of the other stuff. All right.
I also did too, which is weird because like. All the stuff they were talking about like supersized meals,
yeah,
those hadn't existed for a decade, but we still watched it.
Look, and I'll give you this. You want to bring up McDonald's? In-N-Out's McDonald's more expensive than In-N-Out?
Well, we weren't going to name names, but, now that in honor of Supersize Me guy, let's just talk about how expensive.
Everyone's like, did you know Yes, thank you.
I didn't until right now.
Well, I did, but I had to talk about the fry that was still okay a week later.
You just brought up a great point, though, with the price, right? Because this started after the pandemic, where at a certain point, the appeal of fast food used to be that it was fast and cheap, right? Mm-hmm. But then during the pandemic, mostly because of labor costs, but after the pandemic, it stopped being cheap. A chicken sandwich at Jack in the Box is like $8 now, but we still eat it. So it's not even about it being cheap anymore. It's
Wendy's, they ticked me off. I ate that Krabby Patty.
Oh, yeah, I did too.
That was terrible.
It was fine.
It was terrible.
It was a sandwich.
Half the time, here's the problem with In-N-Out. They're not on the apps. You literally have to go there. That's the only problem. That is to the point of the overrated thing. But it's a very easy pro tip. If you think you're going to have a hankering for In-N-Out, just go at 11 o'clock. Just go when it opens at 11. There's no line. You get In-N-Out, and no pun intended, and you're good.
You're saying you should treat the In-N-Out drive-thru like you're getting gas at Costco.
Yes.
You have to show up.
Is In-N-Out possibly overrated at 7 o'clock when you're hungry as heck and the line is halfway down? The one in Natomas, the line is halfway out the whole dang parking lot. Which maybe, but it's not overrated if you just wake up. People are lazy. Somebody in the car right now, don't be lazy. If you want In-N-Out, go at 11. There's no line.
By the way, In-N-Out, we can do 2 lanes of drive-thrus, and
the lines don't even take that long.
They do.
They don't.
They do.
They do not.
They take a long time.
And you know what? You know what else has a good line every time I go? McDonald's. Yes, and they got double barrel, and it still takes a long time.
Well, not every McDonald's has the double barrel either. Drive-through lines is what we're talking about. But I would also say In-N-Out, I'm actively, because I think In-N-Out is really good, but I'm not waiting 20 minutes for a sandwich. So I'm actively deterred from going to In-N-Out knowing that the lines are going to be that long. To your point, maybe I just show up at 11:30 anyway.
Show up.
But if I want to go after the show, it's probably only going to be like a 5-7 minute line.
It's not going to take that long. It's not going to take. They're out there. They're taking it for you. You crank up your AC. You turn on some Drive Guys. Next thing you know, as Kyle Draper is upset about John Collins, you got your mouth full of animal fries and pickles. That's it.
Your mouth is full of like triple pickles and onions.
Triple pickles, onions. Come here, baby. Let me give you a kiss. There's not going to happen.
Again,
it's not going to happen.
Just such a fascinating combination. So extra spread, extra pickles, and onions.
Somebody said, I love Five Guys, but I'm not poor. That's from the 20. You're not yet 209. Keep on eating.
Keep on eating. Keep going to Five Guys, and all of a sudden you're going to be like the Maloofs and run out of town in
Keep
debt.
on eating, and you'll be trying to sell the team. Keep on eating, man.
Oh my gosh. Okay, someone else on the text line is saying In-N-Out and Raising Cane's is the win. Look, the chicken restaurants are their own hierarchy here. That could be a whole show.
Yeah, we can't do the chicken.
We're just talking about the hamburgers right now. And to your point, no one in the game is doing it like In-N-Out.
And I'll also say this. I believe somebody told me that they stopped doing you remember when we were in high school and hey, Jimmy just got a 7x7. I believe someone told me they stopped at 4 now?
Yes, that is true.
You can only get a 4x4. You can't get, hey, Jimmy just got an 8x8 for no apparent reason.
Yeah, this is like how this is why we can't have nice things, right? I always refer back to, like, remember when they did fan voting for the All-Star game and people immediately tried to get Zaza Pachulia in the All-Star game? This is why we can't have nice things, right? In-N-Out has a secret menu that people know about, and then you have to go ruin it by asking for a 12x12 hamburger.
No, but you know what? I'm glad they did it.
Or like, you know how 7-Eleven used to do free Slurpee Day, and you could bring in your own cup? Well, now someone brought in a trash can and tried to fill it with Slurpee, so now you just get a small cup on 7-Eleven
You know,
Day.
you gotta see how far you can take the line.
No, this is why we're not allowed to have nice things.
By the way, speaking of nice things, not really, on the court, Kyle Kuzma is switching his number.
Senor Segway
No, he
strikes
doesn't.
again.
That was a 1.
Yeah, that was
terrible.
You didn't even believe it.
Kyle Kuzma is
Senor Segway strikes
because we're
again.
talking about Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma is switching his number from 18 to 0 for the Bucks. Number last worn by Damian Lillard in 2025. Can I interest you in a Kyle Kuzma wearing number 0?
I saw some people were mad that he took Damian Lillard's number.
From who? The Bucks?
Yeah, Bucks fans were like,
he played 2 years.
Bucks fans didn't like that he just came in and took Dame's number like that.
He is wearing number 0 to represent the amount of points he scored in the 2025 playoffs. Whitey Gleason didn't even crack a smile at that one, but he will once he joins us on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying order. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge payoff via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
At Target, back to school days are here. What is back to school days, you ask? We're talking 7 days of deals on looks and styles the kids will love at prices you'll love even more. Because back to school at Target means getting all of the above. Through August 2nd, save 25% on select kids' clothes with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy back to school days now through August 2nd only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
For 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The summer sale down at Maida Chevy. Save $4,250 off MSRP. Every new Colorado Z71, ZR2, and Trail Boss in stock. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Must be current Costco Gold Star Business or executive member. Can't be combined with other offers.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Joined by Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason. Whitey, welcome back.
Thanks.
I know you were back yesterday.
How was yesterday?
How was it being back yesterday?
It was tremendous.
Okay.
Yeah. I know that everyone says there's nothing going on, but it's a really interesting time because we're kind of in between a lot of things. The trade deadline is coming and camp is starting, and we're all looking at the Kings going, I guess there's nothing going on. Or is there? So I get it. It's kind of the doldrums of summer, but there's a lot of interesting things kind of percolating underneath the surface.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys on the way home yesterday, and Jay just kind of saying it's a little early for the football thing. I'm with him a little bit. It's almost as if I'm not against talking football as far as this Jalen Hurts, Cam Newton thing has just gotten out of control. Just that comparison. Those conversations never get old. And whether the Micah Parsons thing to me, this is every year with Jerry, but who was it? Michael Williams on the Niners. Hey man, he's dominating.
He looks good.
Yeah, he's dominating Trent Williams. I tend to agree with Jay.
I get excited because it's starting. I was wondering if you listened to the show yesterday, did you hear us run down the numbers of Jacob Wilson's batting average since he's been on your show?
Kyle said it on our show.
I heard it. Yeah, I was just wondering if you heard us. We were going to do a quiz or a question, poll question, pardon me. Hey, who would you like to have on Allen's show? Because someone said, can we get Luca on there?
Oh, is this okay? Because somebody on the text
maybe
line,
that would be a good bit for you guys.
Okay, so somebody referenced. So it's the curse of Allen. That's what's going on here.
I don't know if I'd call it a curse. That's a pretty strong word. Maybe a fairly powerful jinx. I don't know. That's really your call.
We've had a lot of people on this show. Isaac Jones on the show, and he got a new deal.
Not here. Oh, no, he did. I'm sorry. I was thinking Isaiah Crawford.
Yeah.
I'm
Who
sorry.
wasn't on the show?
Yeah.
Who else did we have? We had
I'm sorry.
Keegan on. We had
Doug
McDermott. We had Doug on at one point. We had a couple other people. I just can't remember now.
Yeah, everything was fine for a while, and then
maybe it's just baseball. Maybe it's just the baseball guys.
We've only had one, so it's 100%.
Yeah. Wow. Well, Whitey, we wanted to ask you about the question that had Kyle and I arguing for about 40 minutes. If you could, next season, the Kings go to the Western Conference, but they will lose, okay? Or you miss the playoffs and you are guaranteed the number one pick in the 2026 NBA draft, which would you take?
Kings go to the conference finals and lose, or the number one pick in next year's draft.
Yes.
Those are my two choices. I would go with the draft pick because the only way the Kings get to the Western Conference Finals, as I see it, is if there's a horrific pandemic that wipes out half the planet and 75% of the NBA, and I just don't want to sign up for that.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Whitey is saying that Thanos has snapped his fingers, and for some reason,
that's the only way that happens, in my opinion.
The important Sacramento Kings were protected.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't want any part of that.
Yeah, that's a good call, Whitey.
Yeah.
That's a good call. Kyle and I
Give me
went back and forth.
Debanza.
Thank you.
Al.
Whitey gets it.
I asked Alan earlier, in the last 72 years of this franchise, do you know how many times they've been to the conference finals?
The last 72 years?
Yes, going back to the 1952 season of the Rochester Royals.
I don't know, twice?
3 times. 3 times.
Yeah.
I think I would take a fourth and just say we'll figure out the rest later.
Not me, Whitey. Not me. Whitey.
Yeah.
Carson Wisenhunt, my guy from the.
He was great. Wow, he really settled down. He was okay.
He was fine.
He got knocked around by the Pirates.
Yeah,
I know he got through 5.
And by the way,
but let's just not start doing backflips over that.
And they also
change up. He's gonna throw a change up,
and it's a good one. He's just
it's a very good one.
They just knew it was coming a little bit. Also, another young guy getting in there, and was a Carson Seymour. Carson Seymour got in there for the Giants and ended up giving up 2 earned runs to Andrew McCutchen, who's your age, which is crazy that he's still playing baseball.
He's a little older, actually.
Why? He's 38. Did you see the list that or did you hear about the list that he joined? He's the 11th player in the history of Major League Baseball to have at least 10 homers in 17 straight seasons. So basically his whole career.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking today about, rest in peace, Ryan Sandberg.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to think, who are some players playing now that embody all that is good about baseball the way Ryan Sandberg did? And McCutchen's one of the guys I thought of.
He is, which is also funny because he also, no disrespect to him, but also represents why Bryce Harper was telling Rob Manfred to bleep off because the Pirates, I think Rob Manfred is saying, look,
no,
there's going to be a salary.
Bleep out of here.
Get the bleep out of here.
Bleep off.
And then Rob Manfred said, I will not get the bleep
out of here.
And Rob Manfred is saying, hey, we might need to discuss a salary cap and a salary floor. I guess the only thing that I'm kind of hung up on is the ability to just implement a salary floor. I don't really care whether they put in a salary cap or not, personally. You guys are Padres fans. They spend their money. That's all fine and good. Bryce is making $300 million. That's all fine and good. Do you feel like they have to implement a salary cap in order to implement a salary floor? Because why not just do the floor?
I think baseball will shut down if they insist on a salary cap. And they may. There's a lot of people that say the A's being here for 3 years. Well, we'll see. They might not play 1 or 2 of those years. I don't think the baseball players will sign up for that. And I think Bryce Harper speaks for a lot of them. If you're going to talk about that, get the bleep out of the clubhouse.
How much money do you think they'd be losing?
Baseball players have never wanted any part of that.
But how much money do you think? I think they got to be careful.
I agree. And I'm not saying they're right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying my observation is, okay, they're dug in on that one.
I think it depends on where you set the salary cap at, right? Because if they set it at, say, cap 180, floor 150, the players are going to be losing a lot more money than they would be gaining by setting the number there. But the problem is not every team can afford right now to pay $200 million in salary. I think if the A's even wanted to, like they were like, we're going to go all in and try and win, they couldn't afford a $150 million payroll right now because they just don't make enough money.
I just think there's so much ill will between players and owners already. There always has been. And we're talking about December 26th, I think is when this CBA expires. And Rob Manfred's not very good at reaching out to the other side and, smoothing things over. He even said, he goes, it's one of my jobs is to establish cordial relations with the players. And I have failed at that.
And now Bryce Harper is bleeping him.
Yeah.
So
as he tries.
So you think we're headed towards a lockout?
I think at least a lockout if the owners insist. If they're like insistent upon, we got to have a cap. I think it's going to be bad news for.
So this is other owners trying to say, look, I'm tired of looking bad because of the Dodgers and the Mets.
Could be, yeah, right.
But then, and maybe it comes with a salary floor. Well, okay, that's fine.
I don't know if they care about looking bad so much, pardon me, but it's all about,
Yeah, the problem that happens when you portray it is like they say, oh, well, with a salary cap comes a salary floor, but the floor can be zero. The ceiling can be whatever you want, right? The Dodgers are spending money no one ever thought was possible and have hundreds of millions in deferred payments. So it's not equal when you're setting a cap and a floor. So it saves money for the teams because they're just not allowed to spend more.
Let's hope they find a way.
Yes.
That'd be very sad.
Well, and also, and this is how we kind of kicked off the show. Everybody wanted to kind of make fun of Cam Newton when he said he thinks in 20 years the WNBA would be bigger than Major League Baseball. And I'm not saying he's right, but I'm saying the WNBA could definitely have more or bigger star. I think you could look at the WNBA and maybe it's not as big as a whole, and Kyle had brought up that they might be headed towards a bit of a lockout.
Yeah.
But you could look at them and
Pay
say
us what you owe us.
The fives in 20 years, the 5 biggest stars for the WNBA might be bigger than the 5 biggest stars for Major League Baseball.
Baseball tends to be more of a regional sport.
Yeah.
And the WNBA's national profile is improving.
I just don't think Major League Baseball can handle a lockout. I don't know that if it would make distance, makes the heart grow fonder, or if it would just get more left in the dust.
Right.
Because, hey,
I really think a big problem is the commissioner and the owners, in my opinion. I'm not sure they really like baseball. Seriously.
Well, when's he getting out the paint? Everything happens in 2027.
Yeah, I think is it 2029 or something?
So, yeah. So Kings 2027, Warriors 2027, Rob Manfred possibly 2027.
Well, yeah, the Warriors one, they are dead set on 2027. Everyone get out of here.
Yeah.
It's Giannis time, and we don't care about anything else.
Whitey, what's coming up on the show today?
Today we're going to have Emran Pilati. He's going to join us with a look at what's going on at his store and in the world of cards. And also, I know you'll be interested in this. Tashawn Reed joins us, Raiders insider for The Athletic. We'll try to see if he can help us understand what is going on with the Raiders.
Yes, I saw more. I saw more sound on they asked one of the players about it, and he said something to the effect of, "Hey, if you're dealing with something, just make it known." Whatever the case is. Kyle didn't even want to talk about it.
You didn't know where to go with that. Once you started.
Kyle, and Kyle said, I'm not talking. Kyle didn't want to talk about this. I said the Kings were upper middle class, and then we're living paycheck to paycheck. Then how about it, Kyle? Kyle's like, I don't feel comfortable. Kyle didn't feel comfortable.
I heard him. I don't know. People are making jokes,
Kyle
but
didn't
I
feel
don't.
comfortable all show long.
It may have been a smart play.
The Christian Wilkins one is like, y'all don't know how to talk about this, but that one I was like, I don't really feel comfortable comparing
Kyle didn't
that.
feel comfortable until besides that one argument that he may or may not have beat me on.
May have been a little tone deaf.
Okay, well, now Kyle, he's got it taken care of. And Whitey Gleason's going to take care of you for the next 4 hours. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. The Drive Guys coming up next until tomorrow. Kind of great job, Kyle. Great job, as always. Thanks all the callers, sexers, sack chatters. Until tomorrow, let's get the bag like the bean.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sacktown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray.